right, say what you will about the polls and the predictions and the prognosticators. There was one prediction that was dead on. Thailand's famous baby hippo, Mudang, accurately predicting a win for Donald Trump in the election. The hippo offered 2 fruit baskets labeled with the names of the presidential candidates. The baskets filled with fruit, dragon fruit, watermelons. The zoo posted on X saying Mudang chose Trump because the piece of dragon fruit was bigger in that pie. I was wrong, Nicole, because I thought we'd be here at the end of the week still waiting on results. Here we are.
So many of us thought
still waiting on the House.
That we would still, be talking about it. We're talking about it.
Should we ask Mudang who wins the House?
Mudang for the next 4 years. Marty, thank you. News Nation Now is next.
A historic win. Former President Trump in a political comeback.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
His message after a hard-fought, divisive race for the White House.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
A stunning defeat for Harris, with just 100 days to assemble a winning campaign following the ouster of President Joe Biden. Now the question, what went wrong? And Trump's big promise at the border.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept.
What exactly will happen and how soon?
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
This is News Nation Now. I'm Nicole Burley at our headquarters in Chicago. It is the day after. News Nation and Decision Desk HQ projecting Donald Trump has won a second presidential term, with Republicans celebrating overall big wins across both the House and Senate. Our partners at Decision Desk HQ right now have Trump with 286 electoral votes and Vice President Harris with 226. At this hour, the battleground states of Arizona and Michigan are still too close to call. Later today, we are expecting to hear from the vice president when she will give her concession speech. President-elect Trump becomes only the second U.S. president to regain office after losing the title, and this time overperforming his 2020 margins across the map. Overnight, Trump appearing with his family on stage where he delivered remarks, citing the many obstacles he faced during his campaign and delivering his victory as a new golden age for America. So let's bring in News Nation's Brooke Schaefer, who is live at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Brooke, what are we hearing today from the Trump campaign?
Well, Nicole, as you laid out there, the Trump campaign today grateful for an overperformance in those swing states. States like Georgia. We also know that the Trump campaign overnight keenly focused on the numbers that were coming out of Pennsylvania. A campaign source telling us Trump was glued to the TV watching the election results roll in. Ultimately, the Trump campaign boosted by shifts with Hispanic and Black voters and men, who the Trump campaign targeted aggressively. Trump overnight calling it a unified coalition. The Trump camp arguing their messaging to voters frustrated with the border and the economy is ultimately what brought it home for them. Trump, in his victory speech, thanking people he said showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
So next up for the now president-elect Trump is, of course, the transition, deciding who will go back to the White House with him. But moments ago, Nicole, we've also learned that Trump has now spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prime Minister's office releasing a statement moments ago saying that Netanyahu was among the first to call Trump, saying that their conversation was warm and cordial, speaking about Israel's security, and also discussed the Iranian threat. Nicole?
Yeah, and Brooke, when we first came out to you, we could hear those horns there, supporters celebrating the victory. The president-elect did allude to unity in his victory speech. What did he say?
Yeah, you mentioned it. We're hearing some of those supporters come out here today. We've heard a lot of people on their horns driving past Trump's Florida home here of Mar-a-Lago. But the former president in that victory speech really shifting his tone towards the future, calling for unity. Here's some of what he said.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
And throughout the morning, Nicole, we have been speaking to some of the Trump supporters out here. We asked a couple of them what they thought of this message of unity. Here's what they said.
I feel like Trump's about actions speak louder than words,
Give it a year or two.
We'd love to see, some of those voters that are so strongly on the other side, kind of flip the script and say, hey, my life is
better,
easier, and
less stressful.
Yeah.
And that's what we're all hopeful for that he'll do.
No word yet on whether or not we will hear from Trump himself, though we know he woke up here at his Mar-a-Lago home. Nicole.
All right, Brooke Schaefer, live for us there in Florida. Thank you. Well, in the meantime, for the Democrats, optimism turned to despair as the results trickled in last night. Supporters at the Harris Watch Party at Howard University dejected as they left before the race was eventually called overnight for Donald Trump. The question now becomes, what went wrong? Let's bring in correspondent Kelly Meyer, who is live at Howard's campus in Washington, D.C. Kelly, we are expecting to hear from the vice president later today.
Yeah, and that's the big news right now, Nicole. We just got that official statement on the vice president's schedule for the day, saying that she is set to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern. No further details shared. They did say that the second gentleman will be by her side. So this is the speech, or a sense of the speech, that she was planning to come out here and give. Maybe not the exact message, but we did know that we were expecting to see her on this stage much later than we anticipated. We were watching to see if she would come out last night as the tone shifted. We were there in the crowd as it shifted from enthusiastic and joyful and dancing with the music going to really silent and eyes glued to the TV monitor that was in that space on the Howard University grounds. She was hoping to give a speech full circle. Harris was saying in her radio interviews yesterday that she first ran for office as a student here at Howard University, and she wanted to have this full circle moment. Now she will be delivering a much different speech, and the messaging that we've heard from the Harris campaign, late into the night last night was saying, we weren't expecting the race to be called tonight. We are, expecting this to be close, get some rest. We'll come back in the morning and close out strong. Still trying to leave this positive message on the floor. But as we know, the vice president, as we've learned, is working on this speech that will essentially be her concession. We're just watching to see when she will call former President Trump, if she hasn't already, and what exactly she'll say. Nicole.
All right, Kelly Meyer live for us there in D.C. Kelly, thank you. So here now to weigh in after this historic election, Democratic strategist and Harris campaign consultant David Morey, along with the News Nation political contributor and former Republican congressional candidate Denise Gitsham. Thank you both for your time today. Denise, I would like to start with you. The president-elect giving a relatively unifying victory speech overnight. I'd like to listen to a portion of that.
I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
All right, so we heard that, but we also know that it was such a divisive campaign, and overall the state of the American political system is so divided. So Denise, do you think the president-elect will try to make an attempt to work with Democrats, to work with the other side?
I do believe he's going to try because I think he understands what all Americans understand, which is that a house divided cannot stand. You know, we have so much more in common than we have the differences that we focus on in the middle of an election season. And I know that there are great people on both sides of the aisle that want to see America survive and thrive. So whoever that winner is on election night can determine whether or not you're for America and for the person that you disagree with, because we all want the same thing. We want to flourish. We want to have a fantastic future and a more secure future. And I think that's something that will be incumbent on President Trump to set the tone on. But how Vice President Harris responds today will be very telling as to whether or not that's a tone that the Democrats will strike.
And I do want to talk about that response that we will hear from the vice president. But David, first, the same question for you. Let's listen to a bit more from what we heard from the now president-elect overnight.
The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
So, David, for you, do you think there will be a true attempt at unity?
Well, I think we have to try. We're Americans first, as Denise said. And, you know, I work as an outside advisor over the last month or two for the campaign. I don't feel this loss like the people that have been working with her for years. This is a tough one for the Democrats. You know, but as Toynbee said, the great British historian, you know, we go back and forth across the football field. There's another election in 2 years. I think one thing that the Democrats need to do is learn the lessons from this campaign. And we have to, you know, we are the guardrails of our Constitution and democracy. And the Democrats historically at different times have been able to learn those key lessons. I'd make one more quick point. You know, the vice president was unable to get outside the incumbent curse. The incumbents around the world are losing. You know, we specialize in developing insurgent change leader strategies. She was not able to assume that mantle. From Canada to France, from South Korea to Japan, the incumbents are getting killed. And, you know, ultimately that was the battle here. 74% wrong track numbers, 40% approval for Biden. On the issue of the pocketbook and immigration, it was just too much for her in 100 days to conquer. So I think we have to pull together. We have to continue to make government work. The final point I make is the reason is we have 5 fronts of wars these days. An issue, you know, foreign policy was not a big issue in this campaign, but the truth of the matter is from Ukraine to the Middle East to Taiwan to North Korea, we have gigantic foreign policy challenges, and we have to be together as Americans to battle and deal with those and manage those.
Yeah, I want to talk about that as well. Hopefully we will get to that as well. There are so many unique aspects of this campaign, like any campaign, Denise, but we know that Donald Trump significantly overperformed basically every poll that has been cited since this race started. What does that tell you?
It tells us that he was messaging to people that a lot of us, maybe those of us in the news and maybe those of us who operate in circles where we're making policy decisions and advising, don't understand. A lot of issues went right past us. We never grasped them. We couldn't understand how the working class and those that were really struggling to put food on their tables felt about this economy. And every single poll told us, and yet for some reason Democrats kept going to abortion as if that were a #1 issue when it never rose above, you know, issue #4 for most Americans. And we saw that reflected. But what matters now, I think, even more than looking back, is really determining, as we were talking about earlier, how we decide to treat each other. Because we can't depend on our leaders and our politicians to determine what kind of a tone we're going to set. That is incumbent on us as Americans to dig down deep and recognize that the same foreign threats that we were just talking about, that my Democratic colleague was just alluding to, that is not our greatest threat. Our greatest threat is our own internal division, and we can resolve that amongst ourselves regardless of how Trump or Harris or any other leader decides to proceed.
You know, and David, to expand a bit upon what you were saying there, and again, I know that you worked as more of an outer circle consultant versus an inner circle, but what do you see as the Democrats' biggest misstep here? And really, what are some of the biggest lessons moving forward?
Well, I think they misunderstood or prioritized the pocketbook issues and the immigration issue, and you could put some of that on the Biden administration. It's hard to deal with that over 100 days if you're VP Harris and fix that. I think, you know, there's there's a need to find the missing center where, and Denise is, I think, alluding to this, where this country starts to work together and get stuff done. The Democrats got out of what they were good at under Clinton, which is problem solution. If you look at the Trump campaign, they did a very good job at presenting problem solution, problem solution. That's what the American people are looking for, particularly on pocketbook issues on immigration. And, you know, they're looking for a party to get outside of the polarization. Donald Trump will have tremendous challenges in that area because, you know, there's a lot of there's a lot of wounds here. And, you know, the other side, when they win, you know, the big mistake they make is to gloat, and that'll put gasoline on top of the fire. So I think he's got a real big job here to try and pull the country together. And the Democrats have a really big job to reboot the party and get ready for the next election, as I said.
And Denise, let's talk about the foreign aspect of all this. We've seen leaders of foreign nations reacting to this win. What do you think Trump's win potentially means for the war in Gaza, for the war in Ukraine?
You know, those are great questions because, as you know, the Trump campaign and he as an individual has talked about not wanting Americans, not wanting to send Americans into endless foreign wars. And there's a battle within my party between that vision, that Reagan vision of peace through strength, and this populist streak that's more, not even isolationist, but let's just saying maybe more reflective about why we get involved in wars and what the cost is to Americans. And I think that's a healthy conversation that we all have to have, and I don't think it only sits on my side of the aisle. I think it's something that Democrats are going to have to grapple with as well. But there's going to be a lot, I think that there's going to be a lot more thinking before we charge into wars. But I also think because of who Trump is, because people don't really know how he's going to respond to any sort of aggression to America, there might be more of a pause on external aggressors' parts in determining, you know, in making a rash decision about whether they want to come after our interests either on our territory, on our land, or in territories abroad, or allies. And so, you know, I know that he's going to be close to Israel. One thing I know for certain is just based on his own family and having Ivanka and Jared in his family who are Jewish, he's got a love for Israel that I think is going to bear out in his foreign policy. And I think that's a great thing because they are our closest ally. And I think that we should stand with our allies.
Well, and David, over to you. You know, we have yet to hear from Vice President Harris. Her campaign says she will be speaking. That is supposed to happen around 4 p.m. Eastern. What do you think we'll hear?
Well, I think she will be gracious. She will concede the election. She will say democracy worked. I mean, the good news here is that it's not a close election, really. I mean, 1,300 counties across the United States, Donald Trump overperformed in 90% of them. You know, so this is, you know, not a small win, even though the electoral vote still seems a little small. He won the popular vote first time in 20 years that a Republican has done that. So I think she'll reach a hand out. I think you're going to have a very professional transition between the Biden-Harris administration and the Trump-Vance administration. I think they're good at that. Democrats are good at that. You know, they can go to a bipartisan place when they need to, and I think that's what will happen. I think she'll try and, you know, give a hint about how this party reboots. The way it reboots, by the way, is the very talented governors in some of the states, Westmore and, for example, Josh Shapiro here in Pennsylvania, are probably the future of the party. But that's going to have to be worked out. And, you know, they're going to have to bubble up the grassroots solutions where parties, when they get beat, reboot and come back stronger. That is the strength of democracy. And I think she'll talk a lot about that and how democracy's resilience is paramount and how we have to be Americans here, not Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah, here we are the day after this historic election. Denise Gitsom, David Morey, thank you both for your time.
Thank you so much, Nicole.
Well, coming up, 5 Senate races, still too close to call, but we do know the balance of power there now sits with the right. And Wall Street reacting to Trump's decisive victory. Pennsylvania, key to Donald Trump's victory among the 7 swing states with its 19 electoral votes. Both candidates spent the most time canvassing in the Keystone State. Trump's biggest growth since 2020 in rural and smaller Rust Belt cities, including Allentown and Scranton. The Harris campaign may have faltered in those cities since she needed to win in urban Pennsylvania to offset Trump's big rural support. So let's bring in NewsNation's Hannah Doba, who is live in Erie, just outside the county courthouse there. And Hannah, we know this state was crucial for either side. How did the former president pull it off?
Hi, Nicole. Like you mentioned, Pennsylvania was the crown jewel when it came to the 7 swing states. And the fate of the country was made here, where I'm standing, in Erie County, in Lackawanna County, in Lehigh County in Pennsylvania. Those are typically Democratic strongholds. That's not what we saw this time around. Not to mention the $500 million that both candidates spent in ads today. Pennsylvania has been a bellwether for the past 2 elections. Now, that's according to DDHQ. It's gone red again, just like it did in 2016. The top concern for voters, Nicole, and this is rural voters and urban voters, it's the economy. They've been disappointed with the Biden administration's handling of it, and because of that, Trump got those 19 crucial electoral votes, Nicole.
So, Hannah, what are the numbers looking like right now? Break them down for us.
Yeah, let's break down his path to victory. I will say it was very tight from the beginning. Trump was slightly ahead so far by 50.7%. Harris trailing by 48.4%. There are only about 160,000 votes separating them currently. Here in Erie County, for example, Trump led by 1,900 votes. I want to go back to 4 years ago when Biden carried Erie County, but just by 1,400 votes. It's been tight from the very beginning. I want to go down to Northampton County. That's another swing county. Trump won there by 3,900 votes. It's been tight from beginning to end, Nicole, but Trump, so far, seems like he came out the victor.
All right, Hannah Doba live for us there in Erie, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Still to come, the new balance of power, the Senate seats that flipped from blue to red, and a vow to fix the border. What's next for immigrants, both legal and illegal, amid Trump's mass deportation plan? There are still 5 Senate races that remain too close to call, including those in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But regardless of who wins any of those races, Republicans successfully flipped the balance of power in the Senate. GOP candidates knocking out Democratic incumbents in Ohio and Montana and winning an open seat in West Virginia. Let's bring in NewsNation's Joe Khalil, who is live in Washington with more on this shift in the upper chamber. Joe, what does this mean for the new administration?
Well, it means they're going to have control of the Senate, and it's not a matter of if, but by how many Republicans are going to control the Senate. We talked yesterday about how the map heavily favored the GOP. They figured that they were likely to take back control of the Senate, and that began with 3 of their most low-hanging fruit races, West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana, and they have cleared all of them. These 3 on your screen are now the new senators: Jim Justice, West Virginia; Bernie Moreno in Ohio; and Tim Sheehy in Montana. Those 3 give Republicans at least a 52-seat majority here in the Senate. Again, they could be up to possibly 54. It just depends on the other outstanding 2 seats. We just heard from Minority Leader Mitch McConnell not long ago. He gave a press conference congratulating Donald Trump for his victory, saying that they ran a stronger campaign than they had in the past. And take a listen to what Mitch McConnell said about what it means now that there's going to be a Republican Senate.
The filibuster will stand. There won't be any new states admitted that give a partisan advantage to the other side. And we'll quit beating up the Supreme Court every time we don't like a decision they make. So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails.
Now, Nicole, it's no secret that Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump have not always been on the same page. In fact, often they are not. There were a lot of questions to McConnell, and he answered them about how his priorities in the next term are going to be about foreign policy and about strong American national defense. He talked about people like Xi Jinping in China and Putin in Russia, saying it is the most dangerous time for the world since the period just before World War II. That is going to put Mitch McConnell and some of his supporters in the Senate at odds with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their sort of worldview. So it will be interesting to watch how the two work together. Obviously, they're going to have to work together in this next administration.
Yeah, exactly. We see the divide, not necessarily just along party lines, but sometimes within the individual parties. Joe, where do things stand right now in the House?
So the House is too close to call. We don't know if Republicans will keep it or Democrats will take power back in the House. But we've seen a couple of key races that we've been following that have been flipped, some for Republicans, some for Democrats. Let's take a look here at the screen. These are just a handful of the races that we have been watching here. There are 3 in New York. You see the 2 on the right side of your screen, and then those on the left. There are some in Pennsylvania, and there are some in Ohio that we've really got our eyes on. But right now, the actual flips have been pretty even. They've traded off some. So we're going to continue to monitor throughout the day. Those results are coming in even as we speak now in some of those key states and some of those key swing battleground districts around the country, Nicole. So it may take a day or 2 or even beyond that. California has a number of these seats. And frankly, we're expecting that their ballots are not going to be counted in full until maybe a few days. So it could be a while. We're going to be patient, but we're going to make sure here at News Nation that we get it right.
Absolutely. All right, Joe Khalil, live for us there in D.C. Thank you. The U.S. stocks are soaring today, even prior to the opening bell, after Donald Trump's decisive victory over Kamala Harris. The Dow jumping more than 1,000 points at opening, making this the first time since 2022 that the market has seen this steep of an increase, with the S&P and NASDAQ notably climbing around 2%. Now, those stocks do typically rise after an election. President-elect Trump has long promised to enact sweeping tax cuts and policies, and it does appear to be enticing investors. So I'd like to bring in economic strategist Francis Stacy to help break this all down. Francis, thank you so much for your time. Explain what we are seeing right now with this market reaction. What does this mean when it comes to investors? How likely is it to last?
Okay, so before the election outcome, there were kind of 3 outcomes possible. I assumed that if Kamala Harris won, that there would potentially be some tax selling to take those gains into the end of the year, because the markets would have assumed that she would raise taxes. If there was a contested election, then it would have been probably a catalyst for a massive sell-off. A Trump win obviously has equities flying, but it's hurting the bond market, which is so interesting. And I think that what's happening, and we're going to wait to hear from Jerome Powell on his rate decision, but I think what's happening is that it's baking some inflation back into the system, and it's ameliorating the expectations for rate cuts. And the reason it's doing that is because, mechanically speaking, Trump is obviously going to raise tariffs. He's going to lower taxes, so that brings down the federal revenue. The tariffs bring up the revenue, but some market participants are concerned that that's going to flow costs through to the consumer. However, I will say that even though fiscal spending is probably going to remain strong, because you can't cut it too drastically too quickly, it's a very key component of GDP. Elon Musk has said that he's probably going to somehow take $2 trillion out of the fiscal scenario, and that is actually deflationary. And so if they continue to do that with the fiscal, mechanically speaking, that should counteract the inflationary narrative that's happening in the markets right now, and particularly the bond market.
All right. So, Francis, so many Americans right now, if we just break it down, they are stressed about the higher prices we are paying for so many goods and so many services. But do prices ever tend to go down? We're seeing, the markets go up. Are prices actually going to go down?
So this is what's really interesting. So you have inflationary, then you have disinflationary. Disinflationary means they're going up at a slower rate. And when they took the inflation rate from 9% to 3%, it's still that 9%, those price increases are already baked in. Now they're just growing at a slower rate. So prices are still continuing to rise. Until you have disinflationary forces in the markets, you don't actually have prices falling. And I think the key component is Elon Musk did an appearance on the All In podcast, the Tech World podcast. I think it was about 6 weeks ago. And he really talked about changing the operating system where the fiscal spending participates so much in the gross domestic product into moving into empowering the private system. It's just going to be how messy the changeover is. But I'm very excited, and particularly sitting on a committee where we look at global digital finance, I'm particularly excited to potentially work with this administration on, ushering in the era of global digital finance. And Trump is very pro crypto, so obviously you see a rally in crypto. Gold is selling off today because it's taking the volatility and the haven assets and the risk out of the market, because we definitely know now who the president is.
All right, so Frances, I want to zero in on something you just said there. It depends on how messy the changeover is. How messy could that get? What could that look like just for everyday Americans?
Yeah, it's going to have to be done carefully. I really have a lot of faith in Elon Musk. He, you can't argue with his success. Even if you want to say anything about him, you can't argue with his success. And I really know that he's going to have his eye on the mechanical issues. And he was pressed on that in that interview. You cannot just rip the fiscal spending out of the system. And the reason is the high fiscal spending is the catalyst that counteracted the Fed tightening. And that is why we are not in recession, because the fiscal spending kept everything liquid, because it continues to add money to the system while the Fed is trying to pull money out of the system to control inflation. And so I can't say, because I don't know exactly how they're going to do it and how drastic, but I'm thinking that mechanically he doesn't want to break the system.
Right.
So I think that they're going to do it very slowly. I hope they do it very slowly and very methodically, but I just have a ton of faith in him. And I also know that, he has a lot of integrity, and I don't see him sort of kowtowing to anyone. And so I'm looking forward to see how he's going to adjust the system.
All right, well, last question for you. When some of these, economic trends that we are already starting to see now potentially really start to kick in a few months, who gets to take credit for it?
Well, that's sort of a tough question, right? Basically, the way that I look at the system is typically not politically. I look at the system as being mechanical. We had an inverted yield curve for over 700 days. That hasn't really occurred since 1929. Usually that would project a massive recession, but it's like a domino effect. You have to have a catalyst that ticks off that first domino, and we haven't yet had that. I did speculate that if we had a highly contested election, that could be the catalyst. Back in the previous recessions where you had this inverted yield curve, you had Kuwait, you had the tech bubble burst, you had the housing bubble burst. So if we have any kind of a catalyst in the credit market, I think those mechanics are still in play. I think even though you can revolutionize cars, as Elon Musk has done with Tesla, you're still dealing with axles and wheels. And I think mechanically the credit markets are the same despite being post-COVID. So the fiscal spending has kept the mechanics from playing out into a recession. And the Trump administration, in coordination, and also Jay Powell, they're going to have to watch this very, very carefully, because if you drop the liquidity too quickly, you can tick that domino effect off, then you will get a recession. And then who's to blame for it? Is it the overspenders who can take the money out of the system but can't take the debt, or is it the person that pushed the catalyst? Kind of remains to be seen.
All right, so maybe the blame and some of the credit gets to be spread around.
Right.
Economic strategist Frances Stacey, thank you. Up next, Trump talked a lot about his plan to crack down on migrant crossings at our southern border. So what happens now? And it's a Tar Heel three-peat in North Carolina, the swing state that consistently swings right for Trump. One of of the key issues on the campaign, and one that appears to have helped boost former president, now President-elect Trump, back into the White House, is the southern border. He made the fight against illegal immigration a cornerstone of his campaign, including talk of mass deportations and building huge detention camps, among other promises. So let's bring in correspondent Rich McHugh, who is live in Phoenix with a closer look at Trump's proposed border crackdown. Rich.
Hi, Nicole. Yeah, it's been the bedrock of his re-election bid for the past ultimately 2 years to fix the situation at the border and deport a record number of migrants. We at News Nation have been on the border with President Trump and J.D. Vance on 3 separate occasions, and here's what they have to promise. Number 1, finish the border wall. Number 2, re-implement Remain in Mexico policy, which ordered that migrants seeking asylum had to remain in Mexico until their U.S. immigration court date. Number 3, stop the catch and release program, which allows migrants who have been deemed low risk to be released until their immigration hearing. Number 4, re-implement deportation flights. Trump promised to deport migrants back to countries like Venezuela that currently are not accepting these flights. He says they will have no choice and will put a stranglehold on the economy if they say no. And number 5, Trump promises to deport immigrants with criminal history by revising the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to dismantle migrant criminal networks. It would mean that any migrant who enters the country illegally would face an automatic 10-year prison sentence, and if they kill an American, they would face the death penalty.
And Rich, has there been any reaction from Border Patrol?
Officially, no, they have not responded. They say we might be getting a response from Department of Homeland Security, but I want to point to a tweet by the Border Patrol Union. They say, we look forward to securing the border together. Now, we have spoken to a number of Border Patrol officials on background, and they say they're excited that Trump will be taking office, and they look forward to being able to once again do their jobs. Nicole?
All right, Rich McHugh, thank you. A Silicon former President Trump wins the Tar Heel state for the 3rd time in a row. The issues driving his victories in North Carolina. And the victory for Trump in the race for the White House, what it means for his legal troubles. As the election results came in, one state that remained in Donald Trump's corner was North Carolina. Both campaigns made frequent stops in the Tar Heel state, but Trump claimed the electoral votes for the 3rd straight election, despite its status as a swing state. Senior correspondent Brian Inton is live in Raleigh with more reaction. Brian, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I think people are woke up this morning to the news. You know, we were all up all night and we saw it in real time, but a lot of people went to bed and I think woke up and were taking it all in. You know, obviously the North Carolina went to Trump, so he has a lot of supporters here who were very, very excited today. And then you've got people who voted for Harris, who life goes on. I mean, that's the thing. It's like people still go to work. You know, we did the road trip across the country. We met people on both sides. Most people are not that divided. I mean, they realize that they're going to get up, they're going to go to work, they're going to pick up their kids from school, and life just continues on. We were the first to call it on News Nation, the North Carolina projection, which was exciting. We were actually at a GOP watch party, Nicole, and nobody even knew yet that it had been called, so we shouted it out to the room. Which was kind of a fun moment. In terms of Trump's history in North Carolina, this is now the 3rd time he's won the state. He won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. He now won it in 2024 by even smaller margins. Hurricane Helene, a lot of people wondered what the impact would be with the hurricane in the Asheville area. It appears at this point, based on the numbers, that it actually drove more people to the polls. The lines were long in the Asheville area. People woke up early. It was one of the only places in the states where we saw long lines. Overall, about 75,000 more people went to the polls this time than they did in 2020, according to the latest numbers that we've been looking at, Nicole.
All right, Brian Inton on the ground for us there in North Carolina. Thank you. Within the last hour, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell gave his thoughts on the large red wave taking over Congress. In the Senate, Republicans picking up several more seats, officially becoming the majority. And in the House, they are still fighting to keep critical seats from the Democrats. But overall, a unified Republican grip on Washington would set the course for Trump's future agenda. Here's what Senator McConnell had to say.
One of the most gratifying results of the Senate becoming Republican, the filibuster will stand. There won't be any new states admitted that give a partisan advantage to the other side. And we'll quit beating up the Supreme Court every time we don't like a decision they make. So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails to keep people who want to change the rules in order to achieve something they think is worthwhile is not successful.
The new majority will also be under new leadership for the first time in 18 years, since Senator McConnell is stepping down from the top post since 2007. Republican senators are scheduled to choose their leaders sometime next week. Coming up, a victory in the race for president, but can President-elect Trump defeat his legal troubles? And what now for the Senate seat vacated by J.D. Vance, his likely replacement ahead?
The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
Well, you heard it here on News Nation first. Former President Trump projected to win the White House for the second time, declaring victory early this morning and promising to fight for the American people. It is the top of the hour. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm Nicole Burley here at our News Nation headquarters in Chicago. We begin this hour with now President-elect Donald Trump's path back into the Oval Office. Decision Desk HQ currently projecting that Trump has won 286 electoral college votes. His victories in the critical battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, lifting him over the 270 votes needed to defeat Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, it is a historic comeback for the former president, who's been reelected to the White House despite criminal felony convictions, 2 assassination attempts, and a late-game switch from President Biden to VP Harris on the Democratic side. So News Nation's Brooke Schaefer will join us in just a moment from Trump's campaign headquarters in Mar-a-Lago. We start this hour with Kelly Meyer, who is following the latest with Vice President Harris live in D.C.
Yeah, Nicole, really silence from the Harris campaign today. We are expecting to hear from the vice president. We know now officially on her schedule that she will be here in about 3 hours from now at Howard University to deliver a speech that we were expecting last night, but a much different tone, as we now know the results, as you mentioned, from Decision Desk HQ and News Nation calling that race first for former President Donald Trump. We were here last night as the mood shifted from jubilant and excited and the music going, the DJ bumping, to quiet, no more music, and all eyes glued to the TV screen that was playing on the large monitor as the crowd started to thin out and as they learned that Vice President Harris was not going to be speaking at Howard University last night. She sent out instead her campaign chair, Cedric Richmond, who promised that they would hear from her on Wednesday, as well as she would address the nation. We don't know exactly what she may say, but News Nation has confirmed that she is working on that speech. We're also watching to see when she makes that call to former President Donald Trump to concede. Nicole.
All right, Kelly Meyer live for us there in D.C. We will be checking with Brooke Schaefer, who is following the now president-elect from his campaign headquarters in Florida. But first, I would like to check in with our News Nation political panel for the day. Welcome in News Nation political contributor Sean Spicer and News Nation political and legal contributor A. Scott Bolden. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us this day after. I don't know how much sleep both of you were able to get, but Sean, let's start with you. The president-elect, he gave a relatively unifying victory speech overnight. I'd like to listen to a portion of that.
I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite, and we're going to try. We have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
All right, so the now president-elect there saying it is time to unite. We have to try. But we know it was also such a divisive campaign, Sean, and overall just the state of the American political system is so divided. Do you think that this now president-elect, Donald Trump, will make an attempt to work with the other side?
Maybe, and on some issues, but let's be clear. This was a really decisive win, not just in the battleground states, but you look where I live here in Virginia. This was, Kamala Harris got 51%. New York, New Jersey, places where Democrats traditionally do. They turned out for Donald Trump. They want change. The working men and women of America spoke loudly yesterday. 5 million more Americans voted. The popular vote went to Donald Trump. This is a big night for Republicans, not just retaining the White House, but in the Senate as well. And I think they want change. They want a secure border. They want a prosperous economy. They want less chaos overseas. And if Democrats want to join in that, but let's be clear, he has the right to implement the agenda that he campaigned on. That's what he told the American people he would do. And if Democrats want to work with him and join with him on that, then I think he should do that. But let's be clear which way the traffic on the street is going, so to speak.
Well, certainly the traffic on the street. I mean, we are seeing this red wave that was talked about so much 2 years ago. We're really seeing it now, Sean. But do you think that there is some onus on the president-elect to try to extend a bit of an olive branch?
Well, look, I mean, 56% of Americans want mass deportations. People want voter ID. I mean, so should he implement the agenda? Absolutely. There's a lot of things that are popular that Washington Democrats have been blocking, but I think independents and Democrats agree with President Trump on, and he should implement those policies. But just let's very much distinguish the difference between, I think, Democrats and independents that live throughout America and the Washington Democrats that play a very different game. And so bipartisanship doesn't mean necessarily hanging out with Chuck Schumer. It means, implementing and supporting policies that I think, a large swath of Americans agree with. And that's what I believe he will do.
All right. Well, Scott, I want to give you a chance to weigh in on this, too. Let's listen to a bit more from what we heard from Donald Trump overnight.
The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
So, Scott, for you, I mean, Sean brings up a very valid point. We have seen the will of the people, if you will. Do you think there will be any attempt at actual unity?
Well, Donald Trump has an impressive victory. Shocking victory, actually. But the reality is Donald Trump doesn't have a plan to solve inflation. All he has is political rhetoric. Doesn't have a plan to solve immigration. He wants to do mass deportations. The judicial system just aren't going to let him do it. No president has ever solved the inflation issue. The market solves the inflation issue. But you know what? America voted for Donald Trump. They voted for him. They support him. They own him now, and he owns those problems. And so I think Democrats would love for Donald Trump to solve these issues and to work with him on these issues. But Donald Trump is so divisive, quite frankly. And all you have to do is go by what he said. If he tells you something
or someone shows you who they are, you got to believe them. And so if his whole issue is mass deportation, he can't do that. I want to know what he's going to do about inflation. Tell me the top 3 things he's going to do about inflation. Inflation's on the way down, but no president can solve it, if you will. And so these are important issues. And inflation and gas prices and food prices, right? The market's going to do that. And so if Donald Trump wants to reach out and work with Democrats, let's do it. But it's not in his nature. There was an assassination attempt on him, and all he did was talk about unity, but for 1 day or 2 days. After that, it went back to vicious personal attacks on the vice president and others. So I don't buy it. But you know what? Here's one thing Sean and I can agree on. I hope I'm wrong for the sake of this country, because if I'm right, then God help us all.
Well, Sean, back
Nicole,
over to you.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. Politically, you know, and I say this respectfully to Scott, you know, I value his opinion. I've been on this show, on this network, and on my show every night talking about a 306 to a 312 electoral college victory for Donald Trump, right? To say that no one was predicting this is false. I've been talking about this for 4 weeks. I think a lot of people in the media and a lot of people who live in urban areas in a bubble where they don't meet anyone who supports Donald Trump can't fathom this. They don't understand where it came from. People who talk to Trump supporters that base their decisions on data saw this coming. And I just think this idea that this is the media is waking up today. Where did this come from? Is a bunch of people, not you, Nicole, but obviously, or the folks at News Nation. But as I scan the headlines, there's a lot of these things in the New York Times and Bloomberg who are, you know, stunning this. It wasn't stunning if you watched the data and you knew what was happening. And secondly, you know, with all due respect to Scott on the policy piece, when Kamala Harris said that she was going after price gouging as a way to get down inflation, I don't remember Scott saying, God, that won't work because the president has nothing to do with inflation, right? They were pretty okay to let price gouging with landlords be somehow the president's purview to deal with inflation when they thought that Kamala Harris was, you know, was their person. So Donald Trump will tackle inflation. I feel very confident about that, just like he won decisively last night.
All right, so Sean, I want to zero in on something.
Here's the deal, Sean. Well, if I may, Sean, here's the deal. The price gouging, at least it was a plan. But I tell you what is shocking, Sean, and this is Donald Trump. Donald Trump won. What's shocking is the number of black and brown voters who voted for him in double digits, quite frankly. That is shocking because historically, those numbers have always gone to the Democrats.
He had huge gains.
But shocking is when you don't expect it, Scott. We've been talking about this, about young black men in particular who were disaffected with the Democratic Party. You think they ignored them? It wasn't shocking.
Yeah,
but talking about it
wasn't shocking.
Talking about it
and then looking
it is
at
a
the
whole
polling.
other story.
Right.
And that is shocking, Sean.
No, it was denial on the Democratic.
Let's talk about the polling.
Never happened before.
Because Trump significantly overperformed basically every poll that we have been citing since this race started. Every poll. Sean, what does that tell you?
Well, again, there's a big difference. I talk about this a lot on my podcast. There's a big difference between public polls and private polls. Public polls are generally cheaper. The screen is a lot less, meaning it's all adults or registered voters. I mean, look at the Iowa poll that everyone in the media went nuts for, that Donald Trump was going to win by 3 points. I mean, Donald Trump was going to lose by 3 points, and women were flocking to him, and this meant huge repercussions for Ohio and other states. Donald Trump won by 14 points right now, 6 more than he won in 2020. Right? The problem is which polls you look at. And so when you throw a broad category out, but the polls that I relied on, the people that I talked to, nailed it, right? I've been saying this for weeks because what you look at matters. Who you listen to matters. And I think when folks at NBC and the New York Times and CNN put their head in the sand and ignore certain pieces of data in favor of other pieces because the only people that they talk to in their liberal enclave are people that hate Donald Trump, then I think you're going to get a certain outcome. But last night we saw what a lot of us have been talking about for a while. Americans who, in some cases, were willing to give Kamala Harris a chance, but she couldn't close the deal and looked at 4 years of Trump versus 4 years of Biden and Harris and said, I'll go with what I know. So it's what you look at that matters.
And Sean has a very valid point there because so many polls did get it wrong. What was the Democrats' biggest misstep, do you think?
Well, I was giving it to Sean. It was an impressive victory, but look, I can't tell whether Sean is bragging or complaining because he's angry at the media, but he won, quite frankly. So the biggest misstep is that I think Democrats underestimated how less important, and though the Republicans have said this, the Democrats underestimated how less important abortion was and getting Republican or suburban white women to vote for Kamala Harris because of reproductive rights and stuff. And in the end, I've conceded this. In the end, it was inflation, food prices, gas prices, and listen, who was going to be the change agent? And most people just aren't happy where they are in this country or where the country is. And we could never answer the question about why voters were not feeling what the economic statistics were telling them. And you can't tell them you feel good, but in reality, they're not feeling good. And so there was this huge disconnect here. And even with black and brown voters, their votes were about inflation and change and the cost of living and how they wanted their life to change in the direction of the country. And so I think we underestimated that, but the voters made believers out of us, for sure. We certainly believe them now.
Nicole,
go ahead.
Nicole, here's what I'm going to tell you real quick. Kamala Harris's team should have listened to Scott Bolden. He just put his finger on the problem. He gets it. I mean, Scott's experienced. He's been around a while. He led the state, the party in D.C. They were ignoring people like him that were saying over and over again, here's the problem, here's the answer, here's what we need to say. I heard from a lot of Democratic operatives. Scott just put it masterfully. Yeah. Look, and now that it's over, I can say it a lot more openly. They should have listened to Scott. He nailed it, right? He put his finger on it.
Scott, is he actually giving you a compliment?
Hey, Sean.
It is,
but Sean, you are absolutely right. There has to be some assessment here because it was such a big, drastic,
Sean, they took plenty of my money, too.
Go ahead, Scott.
Did you hear what I said, Sean? Scott? I said they took plenty of my money, too.
Well, speaking of that, didn't we have a bet? Scott, didn't we have a bet? I thought, I've got to remember which tape it is, but I thought somewhere on one of these hits, we talked about putting some money down on this.
Oh, I got to say.
I don't remember.
I don't know if that was on my show. You may have.
I don't remember.
I definitely have to get my cut, though, as the moderator. No, listen, Sean Spicer, Scott Bolden, certainly appreciate your time today. Here it is the day after. I didn't think we would have a definitive winner today. Here we are. Gentlemen, thank you both. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's go check in now with Brooke Schaefer. She is near Mar-a-Lago. She is following the very latest with the Trump campaign. Brooke, what are you hearing from the campaign now of the now president-elect?
Well, sort of what you heard there in that panel there, we know the Trump campaign is enthusiastic by the performance, the overperformance in swing states and states like Georgia. We also know that the Trump campaign was keenly focused on the numbers that were coming out of Pennsylvania. A campaign source telling us Trump was glued to his TV watching these election results pour in. The Trump campaign here ultimately boosted by shifts with Hispanic and black voters and men who the Trump campaign targeted aggressively. Trump overnight in his victory speech calling it a unified coalition, arguing that their messaging to voters frustrated with the border and the economy is really what brought it home for them. Trump, in his victory speech, thanking people he said showed up in record numbers.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. We're going to pay you back. We're going to do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
All right, next up for the now president-elect Trump is, of course, the transition, deciding who will join him in the White House. But, Nicole, as reactions start to pour in from around the world, we've also just learned that Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have spoken on the phone. Netanyahu's office releasing a statement saying the two had a warm and cordial conversation and agreed to work together for Israel's security. Nicole?
All right, Brooke Schaefer live for us there in Florida. Thank you. Still ahead, we know 2 of 3 elements of the distribution of power in Washington. We are still waiting to see which party will control the House. And now that we know former President Trump will be back in the White House, what happens now in the legal cases against him? There are still several Senate races that remain too close to call, but regardless of who wins any of those races, Republicans successfully flipped the balance of power in the Senate. GOP candidates knocking out Democratic incumbents in Ohio and Montana and winning an open seat in West Virginia. So let's bring in NewsNation's Joe Khalil, who is live in Washington with more on this shift in power. So, Joe, what does this mean for the new administration?
So the incoming Trump administration is at least going to have a Senate that is of the same party and possibly a House. We don't know about the House yet, too close to call. But the Senate, the question now is just how big the Republican majority is going to be. They've got 52 seats locked up at the moment. The 3 seats that they felt they had the best chance of winning, they won all 3. That would be West Virginia, that would be Ohio, and that would be Montana. All 3 endangered, or in the case of West Virginia, retiring Democratic senators, replaced by Jim Justice in West Virginia, Bernie Moreno in Ohio, and now Tim Sheehy in Montana. So that's going to give Republicans some cushion. And there is a big difference, actually, Nicole, between 54 seats and 52 seats if you are Republicans, because there are maybe 2 to 3 moderates within the Senate Republican Conference. If they have a 54-seat majority, that 2 extra gives them some latitude to pass things, even if some in their own party vote against it. So it's very important that we're watching right now Michigan, and we're also watching Pennsylvania to see whether those seats flip to Republican as well. This is what Senator Mitch McConnell said today. Earlier, he had a press conference and addressed a number of different things, but basically what a Republican majority means for the Senate. Take a listen.
The filibuster will stand. There won't be any new states admitted that give a partisan advantage to the other side. And we'll quit beating up the Supreme Court every time we don't like a decision they make. So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails.
Nicole, last we checked, Decision Desk has not called those 2 states, but Pennsylvania, the Republican challenger, winning by just a little bit. In Michigan, the Democrat is winning by a little bit. Again, too close to call at this point.
All right, so too close to call right now, Joe. What about the House? Where do things stand there?
So remember, Republicans walked into this race with an 8-seat majority, which means if Democrats could flip 4 more seats than Republicans, could net 4 seats for Democrats, they would win the majority. Right now, they've been just sort of trading seats, no advantage one way or another. Take a look at some of the close races that we have been watching. Some have already flipped. Others we are still keeping our eyes on. Susan Wild and Matt Cartwright, Democrats who lost their seats. Jared Golden in Maine, he is holding on very tight, but it's very close in his race. And now over to Republicans. We had some eyes on New York races. Specifically, you got 3 here, all from New York. So far, Brandon Williams lost his race. The other 2, D'Esposito and Molinaro, they are losing, but very close. We haven't called those races yet. The point being, Nicole, if they end up just trading off and, breaking even, then Republicans will maintain control of the House. DDHQ projecting that is the most likely scenario right now. We're just not ready to say that, at least not yet.
All right, just not yet. All right, Joe Khalil, live for us there in D.C. Thank you. Coming up, a full breakdown of how President-elect Trump pulled off such a decisive win. But he's not the president yet. So what happens to his legal cases and his conviction? Here's some breaking news. Decision Desk HQ has now called Michigan for Donald Trump. A major development as the president-elect tallies even more electoral votes. So far, the now president-elect has won 6 of the 7 projected battleground states, with Arizona right now still too close to call. That means Donald Trump now has more than 300 electoral votes. He sits at 301. The nation has spoken, and with his win, President-elect Donald Trump will become the first convicted felon to serve in the Oval Office. Mr. Trump was found guilty earlier this year of 34 felony charges of falsifying business records to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels. He is scheduled to be sentenced later this month, but now this case and several other pending cases could be halted indefinitely. So let's bring in senior correspondent Laura Ingle, who is live in New York. Laura, does this win shield Donald Trump from any further legal recourse?
Hey, Nicole, there is so much to unpack with this part of the story. We're actually still in the great state of Pennsylvania, which, of course, helped push Donald Trump over the edge with the votes last night. And now he could really get out of a lot of what he is facing right now. We've been talking about it. Of all the different cases that he is facing. Let's take a look at some of them, because President-elect Trump does have a few strategic options to avoid or delay those legal consequences you mentioned, though each case is complex. We're going to start with the federal cases. In the election interference case led by special counsel Jack Smith, Trump could argue that as president-elect, any prosecution might interfere with his duties and impact national interests. Now, he could even try to invoke presidential immunity, though the courts have never ruled on whether that would apply to cases stemming from actions taken before re-entering office. And it would be an untested legal argument, but it could buy him some time. For the second federal case involving classified documents, he might attempt to argue that his new role restores his authority over national security documents, and thus any handling of classified material falls within his executive privilege. This case could trigger a legal debate over a president's powers, but delays are likely an option here, too. Nicole?
All right, Laura Ingle live for us there in New York. Laura, thank you. For more insight, I'd like to bring in legal analyst and criminal trial attorney Misty Maris. Misty, thank you for weighing in on this. Really appreciate it. So the obvious question here, what does the now president-elect's victory mean for these legal cases, both pending, those in which he's already been convicted, both criminal and civil?
Yes, Nicole, so much to unpack, and Laura hit the nail on the head with some of the issues. So there's a threshold question here, though, and it's that a sitting president has a broad immunity against prosecution, and that's because there's an understanding that the national interest of being the president of the United States and answering to the people outweighs the necessity of those prosecutions while they're a sitting president. But the threshold question here is going to be whether or not any of those protections actually extend to a president-elect. Because we're in such an unprecedented territory from a legal perspective, that's going to be the first question that will be asked. And that goes to the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel, who could potentially weigh in on that as a threshold issue just to begin with. But beyond that, there's other issues with any of these cases moving forward now that Donald Trump has been elected, and each one has a unique set of circumstances that make them basically the reasons are different for why it's unlikely to see any of these cases actually come to fruition.
Well, you know, Donald Trump vowed to fire special counsel Jack Smith, quote, within 2 seconds of inauguration. What does that mean for the cases that he has been building against him?
Right. So as far as Jack Smith is concerned, once Donald Trump is the president of the United States, so meaning after his inauguration, which is like 76 days from now, he will have the ability in his position to fire Jack Smith. What Jack Smith needs to do in that interim, he could continue to pursue the federal cases. That's the Florida confidential documents case, as well as the D.C. case relating to January 6th. He could continue to pursue those. And ultimately, what he would need to do is when he transitions out, he'd prepare a report. Then it would be up to the Justice Department and the Attorney General whether to pursue the cases. Well, Nicole, Donald Trump will be president of the United States. He's going to have the ability for his, whoever he installs as attorney general, to scrap those cases and dismiss them. So it is very, very it's almost impossible for those cases to move forward once he becomes president. So Jack Smith now can pursue them up to that point. But procedurally, remember, the Florida case has actually been dismissed. That decision is on, the prosecutors have contested it. So it's in the appellate stages, whether or not that will be overturned. That's not going to happen anytime soon. The January 6th case in D.C. is currently at a standstill. Jack Smith has made the argument of what acts fall outside of the presidential immunity Supreme Court decision. The defense still has to weigh in on that and provide their submission in response. So these cases are just not in a procedural point on the federal level where they're going to go anywhere before Inauguration Day.
I do want to ask you about the New York case. You had Laura Ingle there reporting. New York State Attorney General Letitia James is supposed to be speaking about the status of the hush money case. What do you think we'll hear from her later? I mean, it's supposed to be happening really at any moment.
Yeah, so the hush money case is actually the one that is a bit more complicated because there was a conviction. And right now we're waiting to see what will happen at that November 26th sentencing hearing. But Trump's lawyers are going to make the argument that a sentencing hearing cannot happen while he is the president-elect. And that's going to be their position, basically adding an additional argument for delay of that proceeding that they didn't have before. And Nicole, there's another aspect of the New York case where Trump was convicted that's still at issue. There is a motion pending before the judge asking for dismissal of the case based upon the presidential immunity case, which is the Supreme Court case, right? But this asks the judge to say whether or not there was evidence that was submitted to that courtroom that warrants an overturning of that verdict because that evidence would fall under what was immune, or at least there's a question about whether it does. So that decision is coming November 12th. Okay. So if the judge says that, no, he's not going to throw out the verdict stands, then we're talking about the sentencing hearing, and we're talking about a whole slew of arguments from Donald Trump's legal team that would say, you can't have the president-elect facing a sentence by a state-level court. That itself could lead to a bunch of appeals that are going to bring us farther than 76 days. So I think we're going to see a delay on that one, too.
Is there any way any of these cases could come back to haunt Mr. Trump in 4 years when he would no longer be in office?
So the federal cases, unlikely, because he's going to have a lot of control over those once he is in the seat as the president. The state level cases, yes, there's the possibility that any sentencing proceeding or any further action on those cases can be punted. We've got don't forget the Georgia RICO case, which is in legal no man's land right now, nowhere near going to trial. But certainly that could be resurrected later after he serves his term as president, his 4-year term. That being said, once you get out into years and years and years from now, is it really practical for those prosecutions to be picked up at that point and move forward just from a prosecutorial discretion standpoint? So answer is sure, it's possible, but is it practical? Probably not.
Possible, but not likely. All right. Trial attorney, legal analyst, Misty Mears, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Nicole.
All right, I'd like to get back to that breaking news. Decision Desk HQ now calling Michigan for Donald Trump. It's a major development as the president-elect tallies more electoral votes. So far, he has won 6 out of the 7 battleground states, with Arizona right now still too close to call. So let's bring in NewsNation DC Bureau Chief Mike Vaquera. Vic, talk about the significance of this now latest update in data.
Well, it is the final brick in the so-called blue wall that has now crumbled and fallen in the favor of Donald Trump. It was Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, what was it, 14 or 15 hours ago, I'm losing track of time now, Nicole, when they first fell, thereby vaulting Donald Trump as the projected winner of this race over the course of the last year and 2 years since the race has been going on. It's 15 electoral votes for Michigan, padding out the lead that Donald Trump now has and cementing his position as the president-elect. Remember, it was Michigan that was where Kamala Harris had a very slight lead in the polling average over the course of the last several polls heading into yesterday and Election Day. all of those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and now Michigan, were judged to be very tight, and all of them now have gone for Donald Trump. And it's the same story, really, demographically across those blue wall states and across the Rust Belt. It is young voters. It is black men going inordinately or unusually in favor of Donald Trump. The special wrinkle, of course, in Michigan, two constituent groups, union members, the UAW obviously very strong there, and Arab Americans. And there was a lot of talk about Arab Americans, a very strong community there around Dearborn, Michigan, being very disenchanted with President Biden and Vice President Harris because of their policies over Israel and its war in Gaza and what's been happening there since October 7th of last year. So the last brick in that blue wall has fallen now in the Rust Belt, with Michigan going to Donald Trump, according to Decision Desk HQ. Nicole.
Vic, before we let you go, I just want to talk to you really quickly. The swing states, this election cycle, 7 predicted swing states. Now, with this new reporting with Michigan, we're learning that 6 out of the 7, we're still waiting on Arizona, are going for Donald Trump, all going for the same candidate. Have we ever seen anything like that before?
Well, you know, it's hard to say. And in fairness to everything that we were expecting going into yesterday, and the pollsters and everything else, and Decision Desk HQ and the statistics and information that we had, they were all very much within the margin of error of those polls, all of them very close. But what we learned over the course of the last 24 hours is that the hoped-for turnout among women for Kamala Harris did not necessarily materialize in the way that they wanted it to. This new, we're calling it a Trump coalition, if you will. Black men, women who did not necessarily turn out for Kamala Harris, a lot of folks, Latinos, of course, especially, going for Donald Trump in unexpected and perhaps unprecedented numbers for a Republican nominee. And that has been the story of this election. And that is what has caused a lot of soul searching among Democrats now, and probably will continue in the next days and weeks. Nicole.
All right. News Nation DC Bureau Chief Mike Ficara. Thank you, Mike, for weighing in on that. I do want to let our viewers know that our correspondent Kelly Meyer just found out that Vice President Harris has called President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his win in this 2024 election. We're told she discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being president for all Americans. Again, the vice president is set to deliver remarks at Howard University in D.C. later today. Still ahead, as predicted, Pennsylvania was key to a win. A look at what put Trump over the top there. And another hurricane could be barreling down on the U.S. The latest on where this newest storm is heading. We knew 7 swing states would be crucial for a win in this historic presidential election, with headlines today reacting to Donald Trump as the projected winner. And his victory in Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes, was key. It is the state where both candidates spent the most time canvassing. Trump made big gains in rural and smaller Rust Belt cities, including Allentown and Scranton. So let's bring in News Nation's Hannah Doba, who was live in Erie outside the county courthouse there. Hannah, this state was crucial for either side. So how did the former president pull it off?
Hi, Nicole. You're absolutely right. Pennsylvania was the crown jewel of those 7 swing states. But the fate of the country was decided here in Erie County, Lackawanna County, Lehigh, Northampton counties here around the state. They're typically a Democratic stronghold. Not this time around, not to mention the $500 million that the candidates spent on ads here. I can tell you every voter I spoke to is relieved they won't be seeing those ads anymore. Now, Pennsylvania has been a bellwether for the past 2 elections. That's according to DDHQ. It's gone red again, just like it did in 2016. And the top concern for voters, and that's in rural areas and urban areas, Nicole, was the economy. A lot of voters we spoke to are very disappointed on the Biden administration's handling of it. And because of that, Trump got those crucial electoral votes, 19 electoral votes from the Keystone State.
All right, Hannah Doba live for us there in Pennsylvania. It's Pennsylvania, Hannah. Thank you. Still ahead, Latino voters turned out big for President-elect Trump. How that support changed the state of the race. And in non-political news, the latest on the search for Amelia Earhart's plane and the explorer who recently said he believed he had found it. One of the biggest stories coming out of the race in the dramatic surge of support for Trump by Latino voters. While he still lost the Latino vote overall, he did make big gains in this election, especially compared to 4 years ago. Correspondent Elizabeth Pran is live for us in Gwinnett County, Georgia, which is considered the most ethnically diverse county in that state. And Elizabeth, you have a closer look at the numbers.
Yeah, you're right, Nicole. It's an unbelievable storyline, right? So in Georgia, we had the 5.2 million voters. We're in Gwinnett. The Latino Hispanic population here is right around 24%. And you can see here some of the pro-voting messaging. We're at a local market here, and we've seen this in different parts of the county. Republicans really haven't seen this much Latino support since the early 2000s. I mean, this is a population that has grown in numbers significantly, and the Republicans have arguably been chipping away. So look at some of these numbers. Latino voters swung about 25% points compared to 4 years ago. So former President Trump, as you mentioned, winning 45% of the Latino voters nationwide. And while that's not as high as Harris, who's closer to 53%, it's all about the perspective. Look at 2020. He was closer to 32%. Nicole, during the campaign, we've talked endlessly about the low propensity voters. We talked over and over again about how former President Trump was here in Gwinnett County and here in some of the metro Atlanta areas where we do see some voters who maybe didn't turn out or who had were in a mixed ethnic area. We saw them go and reach out to these voters. What did he win on? Well, he won on economy and he won on border issues in this part of Gwinnett County. Nicole?
So, Elizabeth, are there other demographics that the former president, now president-elect, was able to chip away at?
Well, we've been breaking down some numbers also with black support because the vice president, it appears that she was receiving between 8 and 10, or 8 of the 10 voters, black support. And if you look at President Biden, it was more like 9 and 10. Why is that significant? Well, because it's small, it looks like small percentages, but really it has an enormous impact. And we have seen that, especially at some voting parties that we were at last night. DDHQ was the first to call the state of Georgia. You could feel the intensity and the excitement there. Listen here.
And a year and a half ago, when we had our convention in Columbus, we talked a lot about being divided, not being on the same page. Well, tonight, Georgia Republicans are united in total victory.
And Nicole, if you look at some of the lawmakers, state and local, we are seeing an increase, especially after the midterms in 2022. Just certainly more Hispanic and Latino participation at all levels of government. Nicole?
All right, Elizabeth Pran, live for us there in Gwinnett County. Thank you. Well, more decision desk coverage ahead, including North Carolina's three-peat. And NASA's solar probe will pass the sun today, closer than anything has gotten before.
Here's your news now in 90 seconds. A former military defense contractor found guilty for running a decades-long bribery scheme has been sentenced to 15 years in prison. Authorities say Leonard Francis, better known by his alias Fat Leonard, hosted sex parties and gave out luxury goods to naval officers, all in exchange for having vessels directed to ports he controlled in Southeast Asia. Francis also ordered to pay $20 million in restitution to the Navy, forfeit another $35 million in alleged ill-gotten proceeds, and pay a $150,000 fine. Hurricane Rafael is expected to make landfall in western Cuba this afternoon. The Category 2 storm is expected to weaken as it passes over the island, then make its way northward into the Gulf of Mexico. The National Hurricane Center says the storm could impact the Texas or Louisiana coast by early next week. The search for the most famous plane in aviation history will continue. A deep-sea explorer who thought he came across Amelia Earhart's crashed plane in the Pacific Ocean now says it's just a rock. Tony Romeo and the Deep Sea Vision team plan to continue their search for another 30 days. Earhart's plane disappeared in 1937 after taking off from Papua New Guinea on her way to Honolulu. And NASA's Parker Solar Probe will be flying by Venus today on its way to making history. It'll be the closest that any man-made object has been to the sun. On Christmas Eve, it's expected to be less than 4 million miles from the sun's surface by cutting through the plasma still connected to the sun. It's taken the Parker Solar Probe more than 6 years to reach this point. It was launched in August of 2018. And that's your news now in 90 seconds.
It is the top of the hour. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm Nicole Burley here in Chicago, and today Republicans celebrating a big win with News Nation and Decision Desk HQ projecting former President Donald Trump will head back to the White House. Just in the past hour, Trump officially projected to win Michigan, putting him at 301 electoral votes. The final battleground state of Arizona is still too close to call. The former president's second term was secured with a win in Pennsylvania overnight, becoming only the second U.S. president to regain the office after losing it. Still a question, though, whether Trump will walk into the White House with a divided Congress. Republicans have flipped the Senate in their favor, but the House of Representatives is still a toss-up with dozens of races not yet called. So we do have team coverage focusing on what's next. NewsNation's Kelly Meyer is live in D.C. awaiting remarks from VP Harris, and we have just confirmed that she has called the former president to congratulate him. But first, let's start with correspondent Robert Sherman, who was live for us in Florida, tracking Trump as he prepares to return to the Oval Office. And Robert, Donald Trump with a decisive win here in a race that was not at all as close as predicted.
No, there was an anticipation that it was going to be a very late night, possibly going into today with the projections of how tight it would end up being. But we did see the former president being able to come out and address his supporters in the early morning hours here today. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of enthusiasm coming out of the Trump team. They're calling this a great American comeback. They're talking about what lies ahead here for the nation. And you look at a lot of the messaging that came out of the Trump campaign in the last few days. One of the slogans that they had was Trump will fix it. There has been this big emphasis on some of the issues that are plaguing the nation and a focus on redressing them. And that was something that he put an emphasis on his remarks, vowing that there's a brighter future ahead. Take a listen.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
In that same breath, the former president acknowledged that there are a lot of issues that the country is facing today: inflation, immigration, foreign affairs, and the wars that are taking place overseas. And as it so happens, one of the first conversations that he had today was with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, having the discussion about what comes next here. It is certainly forward-thinking right now for the former president's team and the president-elect's team as they eye the future and the processes leading up to the inauguration taking place in January. Nicole?
Oh, yeah. So Robert, to expand on that, we know that the focus obviously shifts now to the inauguration, which happens in January. Where does the Trump team go from here?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of work that needs to be done from now until January. Of course, putting together the transition team, taking a closer look at exactly who would be on his executive cabinet when assuming office here. And something that we have heard from the Trump campaign in recent months is that if they do get another crack at this, which they now will at the White House, that they want to hit the ground running as quickly as possible. So that is a big focus here for their team as well. But now certainly all eyes are facing forward here, and a lot of work still yet to be done from now until January that they intend to dive into. Nicole.
Robert Sherman live for us there in Florida. Robert, thank you. Well, for the Democrats, optimism turned to despair as the results trickled in last night. Supporters at the Harris Watch Party at Howard University dejected as they left before the race was eventually called overnight for Donald Trump. The question now becomes, what went wrong? Correspondent Kelly Meyer is live for us at Howard University's campus in D.C. And Kelly, the American public is expecting to hear from the VP in a few hours, and we already know that she has spoken to her opponent.
Yeah, a lot of news to get to in this hour, Nicole. As you mentioned, we know we are set to speak from or hear from her. She's going to speak here just 2 hours from now. We did just learn that she called the former president to concede and congratulate him. And we also just got this in from a full email obtained by News Nation from the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, to the team. It's essentially saying that, quote, losing is unfathomably painful. It is hard. This will take a long time to process, but the work of protecting America from the impacts of a Trump presidency starts now. They also say in this letter that immediately after the vice president's speech, she and Governor Walz will hold an all-staff call to speak directly to the team about what they say they accomplished in the short run and the road ahead for all of them. That is in addition. That's what we just were able to obtain here at News Nation. That's in addition to the call that the vice president placed with former President Trump just moments ago, we're learning as well, congratulating him on winning the 2024 presidential election. We're also learning that she discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. Now, going back to the scene here behind us, Nicole, we just were talking with some of the supporters coming in. They are starting to fill in the grounds behind me. You can see here a little deja vu, similar to where we were just last night. A speech that she's going to be giving, much different than the one she was hoping to give. They were just using the leaf blower on the stage to clear it off. Supporters coming in, some telling me that their friends are not coming because they are too sad to be here. Others felt it was important for them to be here today to hear the vice president speak. And a lot of Democratic sources I'm hearing from, some going back into the autopsy, trying to find out what went wrong, what Democrats could have done better. Others saying they prefer to look at the living body and see what they can do going forward to, watch what former President Trump may do next and to see what they can do to learn from this moment in future races. Nicole.
Yeah, lots of analyzing has already started, I am sure. Kelly Meyer live for us there in D.C. Thank you. Well, earlier, I spoke with Democratic strategist and Harris campaign consultant David Morey, along with News Nation political contributor and former Republican congressional candidate Denise Gitsham, about this historic election. The president-elect giving a relatively unifying victory speech overnight. I'd like to listen to a portion of that.
I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
All right, so we heard that, but we also know that it was such a divisive campaign, and overall the state of the American political system is so divided. So Denise, do you think the president-elect will try to make an attempt to work with Democrats, to work with the other side?
I do believe he's going to try because I think he understands what all Americans understand, which is that a house divided cannot stand. We have so much more in common than we have the differences that we focus on in the middle of an election season. And I know that there are great people on both sides of the aisle that want to see America survive and thrive. So whoever that winner is on election night can determine whether or not you're for America and for the person that you disagree with, because we all want the same thing. We want to flourish. We want to have a fantastic future and a more secure future. And I think that's something that will be incumbent on President Trump to set the tone on. But how Vice President Harris responds today will be very telling as to whether or not that's a tone that the Democrats will strike.
And I do want to talk about that response that we will hear from the vice president. But David, first, the same question for you. Let's listen to a bit more from what we heard from the now president-elect overnight.
The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
So, David, for you, do you think there will be a true attempt at unity?
Well, I think we have to try. We're Americans first, as Denise said. And, you know, I work as an outside advisor over the last month or two for the campaign. I don't feel this loss like the people that have been working with her for years. This is a tough one for the Democrats. You know, but as Toynbee said, the great British historian, you know, we go back and forth across the football field. There's another election in 2 years. I think one thing that the Democrats need to do is learn the lessons from this campaign. And we have to, you know, we are the guardrails of our Constitution and democracy. And the Democrats historically at different times have been able to learn those key lessons. I'd make one more quick point. You know, the vice president was unable to get outside the incumbent curse. The incumbents around the world are losing. You know, we specialize in developing insurgent change leader strategies. She was not able to assume that mantle. From Canada to France, from South Korea to Japan, the incumbents are getting killed. And, you know, ultimately, that was the battle here. 74% wrong track numbers, 40% approval for Biden. On the issue of the pocketbook and immigration, it was just too much for her in 100 days to conquer. So I think we have to pull together. We have to continue to make government work. The final point I make is the reason is we have 5 fronts of wars these days. An issue, you know, foreign policy was not a big issue in this campaign, but the truth of the matter is from Ukraine to the Middle East, to Taiwan, to North Korea. We have gigantic foreign policy challenges, and we have to be together as Americans to battle and deal with those and manage those.
Well, history made. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve together in the U.S. Senate. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks beat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks will be the first black senator from Maryland. And in Delaware, Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester wins her race to become the first woman and first black woman to represent the state in the U.S. Senate. She beat Republican Eric Hansen. Delaware also electing the first openly transgender person to Congress, Democrat Sarah McBride, who is currently a state senator. She beat Republican John Whalen III. And in New Jersey, three-term Democratic Congressman Andy Kim won the state's open Senate seat. He now becomes the first Korean American to serve in the Senate. But still to come, for the 3rd time in a row, President-elect Trump comes out on top in North Carolina. And we are still waiting the results of key races that could determine the balance of power in the House. As the election results came in, one state that remained in Donald Trump's corner was North Carolina. Both campaigns made frequent stops in the Tar Heel state, but Trump claimed victory there for the 3rd straight election, despite its status as a swing state. Senior correspondent Brian Enton is live in Raleigh with more reactions. So, Brian, what are you hearing on the ground?
Look, I don't think this is a huge surprise, Nicole. I mean, former President Trump was here campaigning day after day after day leading up to the election. He had rallies literally here every single day. He had 3 rallies over the weekend. He had a rally just the day before the election here in Raleigh. So support was strong. The polling ahead of time indicated that he was going to do well here. And he did better than many expected. This is now the only swing state that he's won in 2016, in 2020, and now also in 2024. And you look at the totals right now that we've got, he's at 51.1% here in North Carolina compared to Kamala Harris, 47.7%. The concern his campaign had was that there's been so much growth in this state. So many people have moved here over the last couple of years, many of them independents, most of them independents. What would that mean for Trump? Well, it ended up being a good thing, as did apparently the the support he received from people who suffered from the hurricane up near Asheville. A lot of them turned out. The lines were long there yesterday, and Trump has now taken North Carolina.
All right, Brian Inton live for us there on the ground in Raleigh. Brian, thank you. Well, right now, New York Attorney General Letitia James and Governor Kathy Hochul are holding a joint press conference after Donald Trump's election victory. Let's listen in.
To exercise your most basic and sacred democratic right. And lastly, I congratulate the President-elect Donald Trump. And if possible, we will work with his administration. But we will not compromise our values or our integrity or our principles. We did not expect this result, but we are prepared to respond to this result. And my office has been preparing for several months because we've been here before. We faced this challenge before. And we use the rule of law to fight back. And we are prepared to fight back once again. Because as the Attorney General of this great state, it is my job to protect and defend the rights of New Yorkers and the rule of law. And I will not shrink from that responsibility. You see, between 2019 and 2021, the Office of the Attorney General took nearly 100 legal actions against the previous Trump administration, including when he attempted to cap the state and local tax, and when he sought to eliminate funds and grants for law enforcement officers here in the state of New York. We fought to preserve DACA and protect the Affordable Care Act. We fought to prevent a question about citizenship from being on the census because we were concerned about the impact of funding, the lack of funding to the state of New York and how it would affect these programs. We beat the Muslim ban. We stopped the dismantling of the United States Postal Service. We challenged anti-LGBTQ+ efforts. We safeguarded key environmental policies, and we protected access to reproductive care, and we protected the right to organize. We worked around the clock to defend these basic rights with our Democratic colleagues across this nation. So as you can see, we know their playbook. We know Project 2025 before it was even published. And we have been working both in my office and with other Democratic AGs across this country to make sure that we would be ready to respond to any attempt to roll back our rights. So here we are. We've studied their platforms. We've identified certain possibilities, fact patterns. We've created contingency plans. So no matter what the next administration throws at us, we're ready. We're ready to respond to their attacks. We're ready to respond to any attempts to cut or eliminate any funding to the great state of New York, as the governor outlined. So despite what has happened on the national stage, we will continue to stand tall in the face of injustice, revenge, or retribution. We will continue to protect our most vulnerable and marginalized amongst us, because it is my sworn duty and responsibility to lead that fight, working with the governor of this great state, Kathy Hochul. This is not the time to be fearful, New York, but faithful and steadfast, knowing that I, as the Attorney General, along with my entire team, we are guardians of the law, and we are prepared, my friends, to fight back. Thank you.
All right, so we just heard there from New York Attorney General Letitia James. I'd like to welcome in correspondent Laura Ingle, who has been following this. Laura, I know we'd been waiting to hear from the AG there because, again, the former president has some pending litigation.
He does have that pending litigation, Nicole. And, you know, as we've been following this case, one of the first things we thought of when we saw the proposed victory last night was what is going to happen to all these legal cases and what is it like for the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, to be watching TV right now. So we've been waiting for her to come out publicly, and there she was talking about fighting back, and she said that she plans to work with the office of Donald Trump moving forward. But, look, this is going to be a really long road as we move towards his potential sentencing that we've been talking about. We've been waiting to cover that. That's been on our court calendar at News Nation to go there. All of this is very complicated. Legal analysts like Misty Maris, who you had on, believe that his new role could stall, if not halt, some of the cases that we have been looking at. It's not just the civil case, it's the federal case and the state cases. So, there's a lot to unpack here moving forward, and what will happen next, and only time will tell with that, Nicole.
All right, Laura Ingle continuing to follow this ever-evolving situation for us there in New York. Laura, thank you. So to come, the GOP is projected to take the Senate, but the U.S. House is still up for grabs. Where things stand right now. And we knew the economy was the top issue for voters. A look at how it influenced the results of the 2024 election. There are still several Senate races that remain too close to call, but regardless of who wins any of those races, Republicans successfully flipped the balance of power in the Senate. GOP candidates knocking out Democratic incumbents in both Ohio and Montana and winning an open seat in West Virginia. So let's bring in NewsNation's Joe Khalil, who is live for us in Washington. And Joe, voters really shifting power in at least one chamber of Congress.
Yeah, we know that as much already. Republicans felt like they had a really good chance, given the map, to take back power in the Senate. They have done that now. Ohio, West Virginia, Montana being their most favorable pickups, and they did so in all three states. These are now new senators. West Virginia, Jim Justice; from Ohio, Bernie Moreno; and from Montana, Tim Sheehy, all won their races last night or this morning, they were called. And so what you've got now are still on the map: Michigan and Pennsylvania, that potentially might also flip. Too close to call for us now. In Wisconsin, importantly, Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin won her seat back. There is going to be a shift now. What that means is the incoming Trump administration is going to have a Republican Senate. We know Mitch McConnell, the Senate leader right now for Republicans, is not going to be in that position anymore come January of 25. But today we heard from him talking about really the stakes, and he says he's going to continue to focus on foreign policy. He described right now national defense in a way that maybe doesn't agree with the worldview of former President Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance. There may be some differences there. This is how McConnell today talked about his priorities moving forward.
I'm going to concentrate on defense and foreign policy. I think this is the most dangerous time since right before World War II. Our adversaries, the North Koreans, Chinese, Russians, Iran, and Iran's proxies are all talking to each other. They have one thing in common: they hate us, and they want to diminish our role in the world.
Nicole, McConnell has been very pro-Ukraine. It's one of his legacy-defining points, actually, along with supporting Taiwan. Those are two things that, there are a lot of questions about how an incoming Trump administration with J.D. Vance on the ticket is going to pursue those kinds of policies and the conflict in Ukraine. So we're going to see how they work together.
All right, so Joe, Republicans taking back power in the Senate. Where do things stand in the House?
So it's too close to call in the House, although Decision Desk HQ now says there is upwards of a 95% chance that Republicans will maintain their control over the House. Let's take a look at some of the key races outstanding that we are still watching. And actually, on the Democratic side here, you got Congressman Matthew Cartwright, who lost his race. You got Congresswoman Susan Wild, both in Pennsylvania, losing their races to Republican challengers. And also in Maine, there was a very close race we were watching that just recently Jared Golden actually won. On the Republican side, this is Congressman D'Esposito on the right. He's a Republican who his race has not been called, but he very well may lose. As you can see, he's losing that race now by about a point or so. There are other races in New York as well. Congressman Mark Molinaro, who also, unless that race may have already been called, I'm not sure if those are not accurate numbers, but that race is very close as well. Brandon Williams in New York, another Republican in the House that lost his race. So basically, Republicans and Democrats have been flipping back and forth. Democrats needed to net 4 seats. It does not look as though right now like they have that. Still some outstanding races on the West Coast that we're watching for, but DDHQ feels pretty confident Republicans may maintain control of the House.
Wow, yeah, so it may be a full sweep there. All right, Joe Khalil, live for us in Washington, thank you. So for more on this balance of power, I'd like to welcome in senior editor at thehill.com, Jesse Burns. Jesse, thank you so much for your time. So we just heard that breakdown from Joe there. We know that the red wave was predicted 2 years ago. Really seems to be happening this time around. Let's start with the now flipped Senate. Republicans, when we started the show, 52 Senate seats, Dems with 44. How much bigger could that majority get?
Well, we're just talking about 1 or 2 Senate seats here, but that's a huge difference when it comes to being able to actually advance large portions of President Trump's agenda. And of course, there are still going to be some moderate senators on the Republican side, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. And if you're talking about a 51-49 margin, that means that you can only afford to lose 1 senator and still get the legislation advanced. Now, if you're talking about a 53-seat majority, which is what it looks like right now. Maybe we're still looking at Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for the results to come in. But that gives the Republicans some breathing room when it comes to actually being able to advance some of these pieces of legislation where some of the more moderate Republican senators maybe disagree with Trump.
So let's talk about the House, which is really what is still in question at this point. The Republicans, though, currently leading in that count, as Joe just told us. I mean, it is possible that they'll take it. Is the GOP on track to maintain control there?
It definitely is a great night for Republicans. They, as Joe mentioned, Democrats needed to net just 4 seats, and it's unclear if they're even going to be able to do that. And what I think you're really seeing is how Trump being able to have this rout in essentially all the swing states. I think we're still waiting for Arizona officially from DDHQ to be called, but all the other 6 swing states have been won by Trump. And so he is looking to roll the board when it comes to being able to defeat Harris. But that also helps all these down ballot Republicans in places like Pennsylvania, places like Michigan. But we also saw Trump got a lot of criticism. Why is he going to New York or California in the final weeks of the campaign? Well, it turns out that can certainly help Republicans in those places that are trying to hold on to some of these House seats that, they came in. A lot of them came in freshman Republicans 2 years ago, and they were able to, hold on to some of these seats. And so, we're still waiting for some on the West Coast, but it certainly looks like, Mike Johnson and Trump have really been very optimistic that they will hold on to control of the lower chamber. And that's huge, not only because it allows Trump to advance his agenda with unified control of government, but it also defangs Democrats. It removes from them the ability to have that oversight power on a second Trump administration and removes their ability to, wield those committees and be able to issue subpoenas and go after the Trump administration on a variety of investigative issues.
So, Jesse, will the Democrats have any power in Washington if Republicans control not only the White House, but also control both chambers of Congress?
Well, they will in the sense of, people who, cover Washington and how legislation and power actually is flexed, understand the role of committees. And, both parties share power on committees. So before legislation is voted on the House floor, it has to actually emerge from panels, both in the House and the Senate. And so Democrats are still going to be able to block certain legislation from getting to the floor. Now, of course, their power is limited. They don't have a lot of the power that comes from being in the majority, but they do have some. And look, the reality is that there is going to be, even if Republicans hold on to the House, it's going to be a narrow victory for Republicans. So there is going to be, if Democrats can pick off a couple of vulnerable Republicans from those purple states or even some blue districts, that's going to be very helpful for them to try to prevent Trump and really hamstring him from getting to advance some of the proposals that he wants to do.
My last question for you, Jesse, and it relates to the balance of power. Let's talk about now Vice Presidential-elect J.D. Vance, a current U.S. Senator from Ohio. What will be the process to fill his vacant seat when he assumes his new role?
Well, Governor Mike DeWine from Ohio will, of course, be the one to make the decision on appointing a replacement for J.D. Vance. Of course, J.D. Vance is a freshman member of the Senate, and so, the Governor DeWine will have to fill that seat for the next couple of years. And so whoever will be in that role will be in the role for just a couple of years, and then there will be another special election in late 2026 to fill out the last 2 years of J.D. Vance's term. But I think, looking at the reality that Ohio, obviously won by Trump, but also, Sherrod Brown, who's the veteran senator from Ohio, he was also defeated last night. And so I think you're going to see, as Governor DeWine makes this decision, who's he going to pick for that Senate seat, because it's a very competitive state, we know, for statewide Senate races. And certainly he wants to keep that in the Republican column with an eye on not just 2 years down the road, but 4 and 6 years as well.
Yeah, really some big shakeups last night. All right, Jesse Burns from thehill.com, thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Still to come, Trump's triumphs in Pennsylvania. A look at how he was able to secure the Keystone State on his path to 270. And economic concerns, a top issue for voters. A look at how it played a role in the election outcome. Donald Trump's major victory in Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes, a big blow to Vice President Harris. Both candidates spent the most time stumping across the Keystone State, and Trump's biggest growth since 2020 in rural and smaller Rust Belt cities, including Allentown and Scranton. NewsNation's Caitlin Becker is live in Bucks County at the Board of Elections. So, Caitlin, Pennsylvania truly was critical to Trump's success.
It was, Nicole. We knew that going into the election, and so did the candidates. As you just said, this was the place where they spent the most time. I mean, Kamala Harris spent her entire election eve in Pennsylvania, but she just couldn't mobilize enough support to edge out Donald Trump. You're looking at the numbers here where you see Trump as the projected winner of Pennsylvania. They are still counting the votes, but it is not anticipated that that gap is going to close there. And how did he win this state is really the question. We saw Donald Trump overperforming in a lot of areas, and in the places where Kamala Harris needed to perform and perform really well, she won those counties and those areas in a lot of places like Philadelphia County, but just wasn't as strong as she really needed to be. Philadelphia County stands out, as well as those critical Philadelphia suburbs like Chester County, Delco, Montgomery County. Bucks County, where I am right now, flipped red. This was a place that Kamala Harris really did need to win. And when you see the flip, you see what a tiny, tiny, tiny margin there. I mean, less than half of a percentage point separates these two, but it makes a huge difference when it comes to winning the Electoral College votes. Now, you see that small margin there, but as compared to 2020, it's about a 5-point swing in Bucks County towards Trump based on what we saw against Trump and Biden. So that's a pretty big gap there. And this is actually the first time that a presidential candidate from the GOP, a Republican presidential candidate, has won in Bucks County in 35 years. And what it does seem to come down to, Nicole, is the issues that the voters were voting on when they checked that ballot box. It did not seem to be a question of personality. It did seem to come down to the issues. And we know Pennsylvania voters across the board, you're going to talk about this later nationally, talked about the economy. The economy was their biggest sticking point, as well as things like public safety. So it didn't seem to hedge so much on issues that Kamala Harris was really strong on, like reproductive rights and women's rights, as opposed to the economy, where she was a lot weaker and Donald Trump was a lot stronger, Nicole.
Yeah, so Caitlin, you're talking about what mattered to voters kind of statewide there in Pennsylvania. I know you spoke to Bucks County voters specifically at the polls. What are the people there saying?
You know, at the polls yesterday, that's where we were at in Bucks County, and we were back here today at the Board of Elections. There was a lot of vocal Trump support. I mentioned this yesterday. I don't know if that's because the Harris supporters just aren't as loud or noisy when it comes to who they're supporting, but it was very clear who the Donald Trump supporters were, and they were really approaching us and wanting to talk to us about it. And we know, of course, I am not the numbers girl. We have DDHQ to handle that, and of course, our Connell McShane. But anecdotally, when we talked to poll workers about what they were seeing all day as they were working the elections, they said the issue, again, that the voters were going for was the economy and public safety. That does seem to be what matters to them the most. And Bucks County voters in particular know how crucial their vote is to tipping the scales of the election. I want to show you a little clip of a first-time presidential voter yesterday who was also a volunteer. He's 18 years old, explaining how important it is for him and the other Bucks County residents to cast their vote. Take a look.
It's our civic duty to go and make our voices heard. I also know that when I vote, I can't complain about the result, because the worst thing that happens is people complaining about the winner or the loser when they haven't voted yet.
Even at 18, he certainly knows how this shakes out. You can't complain if you don't vote. Nicole?
That's right. All right. Caitlin Becker live for us in Bucks County. Thank you. And still to come, the economy, a top issue for voters. A look at how it played a role in Trump's win. Oh, this just in. President Biden has talked by phone with President-elect Donald Trump and congratulated him on his victory. And it comes as we learn that President Biden will address the nation to discuss the election results and the transition tomorrow. In the meantime, the Oval Office and the Senate have turned red, and we now wait to find out if the House also gives Republicans ultimate power or if the Democrats take over there. But so far, DDHQ says it is too close to call. So let's bring in NewsNation's Kelly Beeson, who has been watching the numbers constantly changing today. Kelly, where are we right now?
Yes, well, we've been keeping a close eye on all of these races. Nicole, this is the most up-to-date data from DDHQ. It updates in real time, so we could get a few surprises here on air. But where we sit right now, 210 Republicans have won House seats. That number for Democrats is 194. 218 being the magic number, Nicole, for either party to secure a majority. When we look at the broader map, okay, where are these races that have yet to be called? Well, you see these regions that have stripes. Whether those stripes are red or blue indicates which way the race in that particular area is leaning. These races have yet to be called. There are a number of them in California. Some of them are really too small to see on the screen. But when you zoom in and take a look at this district, for example, the race between John Duarte and Adam Gray, 51 to 48% with 53% reporting. That is anybody's race at this hour. So when you ask me, you know, when are we going to know whether these states lean red or blue? Well, you know, California is unique in that it does count ballots days after the election. And that is because they still receive mail-in ballots days after the election. As long as they're postmarked on election day, they will be counted. So that, of course, extends this whole process. And there are quite a number of races, as we outlined in California, that have yet to be called. The projection, if you had asked me a few hours ago, Nicole, was that Republicans would take the House by 57%, but that percentage has changed in just the last few minutes to 92%, projecting that Republicans will take the House. We'll see, though. Could go either way.
Wow, that's a huge jump, though. All right. Kelly Beeson, live for us in the newsroom. Thank you. Well, Nevada drawing attention after the results came in with Donald Trump winning that state. It's something no Republican has done in the last 20 years, flipping the 6 electoral votes from blue to red. One of the biggest issues among voters, the economy, likely the catalyst, namely Trump's no tax on tips proposal. So NewsNation's Nancy Liu is live with more. Nancy, what are voters saying there in Nevada?
Well, Nicole, people are desperate for a healthier economy and improved quality life. And here in Nevada, it is all about the hospitality industry, which has yet to fully rebound from the pandemic. This state is home to the nation's highest concentration of wage workers who rely on tips as part of their income. There are more than 302,000 hotel, casino, and food service workers here in Las Vegas alone. Donald Trump first mentioned no tax on tips during a Vegas rally back in June, drawing widespread support among service industry workers in Nevada and beyond. Well, now voters are eager to see how, when, and if it becomes official. We spoke with a nail tech who makes up to $100 a day in tips, which could help more in easing the high cost of living here.
We're commission-based here, so tips are really what we depend on. Now, compared to like probably 4 years ago, I feel like it is hard because they don't raise the minimum wage, you know. Inflation, groceries are expensive. It's almost the same as eating out. So hopefully things change because I'm trying to be comfortable.
So in the end, the Democratic ground game, which was much touted, it included millions of door knocks across the country, no match for working class voters who are banking on a bounce back and improved personal finances, clearly viewing Trump as the leader who will deliver. Now, the Trump win also a blow to the leadership of the powerful culinary union here in Nevada, which had endorsed the Harris-Walz ticket just last month. Nicole?
All right, so the economy playing such a big role. What were the other deciding factors there in the Silver State?
Well, Nevadans, especially here in Las Vegas, they feel hampered by the lack of affordable housing and high inflation. Families here are paying some of the nation's highest grocery prices. One estimate, nearly $300 a week on average just to keep food on the table. All the while, Nevada remains saddled with the country's highest unemployment rate of 5.6%. That means nearly 100,000 people are out of work. Bottom line, a lot of working class voters in Nevada recall that they were better off financially 4 years ago, and that's what influenced their decision at the ballot box. Nicole?
All right, Nancy Liu, live for us in Las Vegas. Thank you. And we will be right back. One of the biggest stories coming out of the presidential race is the dramatic surge in support for Trump by Latino voters. While he still lost the Latino vote overall, he did make big gains in this election, especially compared to 4 years ago. So correspondent Elizabeth Pran is live in Gwinnett County, Georgia, considered the most ethnically diverse county in that state, with a closer look at the numbers, Elizabeth.
Hey, Nicole. Yeah, if you look at those 5.2 million voters in the state of Georgia, first of all, more voters than we saw in 2020. And we're breaking down some of the demographics. As you mentioned, we're in Gwinnett County, so I have here some pro-voting signs in Spanish. We see these all over the county. Republicans really haven't seen this much Latino support since the early 2000s. I mean, this is a population that has grown in numbers, and we have watched Republicans chip away at that support. I want to put up a graphic for our viewers because you can see how much support former President Trump received, 45%. And you look at the percentage that the vice president received, yes, it is more than his, but if you look at years past, so look at 2020, it was closer to 32% for former President Donald Trump. So we're talking about a substantial gain for him. I mean, you and I talked endlessly about the campaigns coming to the state of Georgia a number of times, really trying to court those low propensity voters, those Spanish-speaking voters. What did he win on, Nicole? Well, he won on the economy, and he won on border issues for this community. Nicole, back to you.
All right, Elizabeth Pran, live for us in Georgia. Thank you. Well, I'm Nicole Burley here in Chicago. I thank you so much for watching this Wednesday. Connell McShane picks up our coverage now from New York. Connell, we made it.
Yes, so far we did. We've made it this far. Thank you, Nicole, and welcome to New York, everybody. You know, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States after absolutely smashing through the blue wall in what was by any measure a historic electoral comeback. Decision Desk HQ making yet another projection just this afternoon with Michigan going to Trump. So he flips all three of those blue wall states, wins big in the Southeast as well. So Trump now is up to 301 electoral votes, well past the 270 needed to win. He will be the first Republican to win the popular vote in 2 decades. Trump calling for unity in his victory speech, saying he'll fight for all Americans.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you. And
as for Vice President Harris, she called Trump this afternoon to concede and congratulate him on the win, and she is expected to speak next hour at Howard University. So we will cover that when it happens. First, though, NewsNation's Robert Sherman has been our lead correspondent on the Trump campaign, live once again near Mar-a-Lago for us this afternoon. Okay, Robert, what's the latest from there today?
Yeah, Connell, a marathon of a campaign has come to a close. You think about it, it was 2 years to the month that the former president announced his intention to run for the White House, seeking the highest office here in the land. And then it was a night of intensely watching the returns here at Mar-a-Lago until finally eclipsing that 270 electoral vote benchmark, enough to make him formally the president-elect. And you heard his initial remarks that he gave to his supporters here in Florida, where he emphasized that this has been a long time coming. This has been a lot of campaigning over the last 2 years, but his focus is not on the past, it's on the future. Take a listen.
this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
And for Team Trump, the focus shifts to the imminent future. A lot has to take place from now until January, in which the inauguration comes in. Obviously, there's a lot of discussions about transitions, preparing for the assumption of office and the inauguration. But something that we have heard from the Trump campaign is that they want to hit the ground running as swiftly as possible. Connell.
And we mentioned that Vice President Harris had reached out by phone. I think President Biden has as well now. Is that right?
Yeah, it has been a busy day for the former president when it comes to these phone conversations, and he has, we've been able to confirm, spoken with Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden. And you mentioned that word at the beginning of your segment there, Connell, unity. That was the main focus there of those conversations, trying to find a way to be a president for all Americans, bringing the country together. Those were what those discussions really consisted of, according to what we've heard, and it's something that you even heard the former president make mention of when he spoke with his supporters in the early morning hours today. Connell.
Robert, thank you. Robert Sherman there. Let's go back to our big board. One more look here at how Trump got things done. A little housekeeping first. We mentioned that Michigan was called. See the overall 301 to 226. The Michigan call from our partners at Decision Desk HQ came this afternoon. 49-7 for Trump, 48-4 for Harris. I'll give you a couple of counties as we always look at the why. You know, this was true, and we'll get into this. There was so much of a shift, just an overall shift to the right in this country, across the country. You know, Democrats are going to win in and around the Detroit area, which is Wayne County. There's Detroit down there, and here's the results in Wayne County. But when you look back at what happened just for the last election, the margins aren't anywhere close where they, quote unquote, need to be, right? If you're a Democrat, that pattern repeated itself, not just in swing states, but in many other places around the country as well. I'll give you one more example from in and around there. You remember all the narratives going in about affluent suburbs and how they might perform? Take Oakland County. Okay, so there's a lot of well-off people there in the suburbs a little bit north of Detroit, and yeah, Harris performed fine at first glance, right, in terms of the win, but the margins aren't what they were last time. And again, repetitive all the way around. The other piece of housekeeping, as they say, is Arizona still on the board. So let's give you a look here at what's still outstanding in Arizona. We haven't called it yet, or DDHQ hasn't. 67% is in Arizona. The votes are still out where all the people are there, 640,000 plus in Maricopa County. A lot of that is what they call the late earlies, people dropping off their ballots, but Trump has the advantage in Arizona. All right, the way to illustrate this point, again, I'm going to emphasize this because I think it's important. We've spent so much time leading up to this election talking about essentially 7 states, right? The 7 quote-unquote toss-up states. Trump could run the table here with all of them if he wins Arizona. But more to the point, this shift to the right was evident all over the country. 90% of the counties in this country, according to the data that we were looking at this afternoon, shifted right, even the ones that stayed blue. I mean, we could see it just in big states like where I'm standing right now. You see it in New York State. New York State, a lot of these northeastern states, the same's true for New Jersey. We saw a double-digit shift in terms of margins to the right, even when the Democrats still win. So that's the margins in New York. The same is true, absolutely true, in New Jersey. You see Harris puts up the 51%. But again, the comparison there is not what it needs to be. You know, Connecticut was the same way. Maryland was the same way. We saw it all over the country. So if you talk about the how, it's not just the 7 swing states. You want to say red wave or however you want to describe it. This was a very, very big win for the Republican, now president-elect, going back to the White House, Donald Trump. Let's bring in the Republican governor of the state of New Hampshire now, Chris Sununu. Welcome back to the show, Governor Sununu. I know, I think sometimes we just pause and listen. I'd be interested to take your take in today on the why, because you'd been telling us before it would happen. It did. Did some of this even surprise you, or what were you thinking as you saw it come in last night?
Well, yeah, look, I don't think I think just the idea that he took the popular vote was pretty surprising. Yeah. But I'm going to challenge you on one thing. The country did not shift to the right. The Democrat Party walked to the left. The voters are where they are. Their families are where they are. Their businesses are where they are. Their principles are where they've been. But this Democrat Party has gotten so extreme, so out there, right, where they never were before, right? 25 years ago, did the Democrat talk about open borders, defunding the police, all this? No. So that's what this election was really about more than anything. Saying, look, we're American and American values. So I always challenge folks, not you per se, but
I get what you're saying.
This idea that everyone is becoming more conservative. You know, it's the party, and that's, I think, what's going to happen in the coming months. There's obviously a lot of finger pointing going on that side of things. And, you know, it was said, I heard somebody say it on TV, they said, this is actually an opportunity for the Democrat Party to take a breath and say, look, what are we about here? Right? Are we about just pushing these extreme agendas, or are we about really engaging with the American people? And how do we do that? With a Democrat agenda, that's fine, and engage them on their issues. That was the other issue. Other problem here is they kept talking about abortion, which is an important issue. Of course it is. Right. Let's not minimize that. But for so many Americans, it might not have been their top priorities. So the Democrats talked about what they wanted to talk about, not what the American public wanted to engage with. So it's a subtle difference, but I think it moves things just 2 or 3% in all these states across the board, and you know, this is where we are today.
Exactly. I think you're probably describing it, to your point, a little bit better than I am. That's why I asked you the question, because it was a shift, but you're saying the why. And the explanation right up here. We have another race call. I'll be back to you in a second, Governor. This is from the Senate. Michigan Senate goes to Alyssa Slotkin, so she does hang on there and win it in a very close race, according to our election partners at Decision Desk HQ, over Mike Rogers, who gave her more than a run for her money. So if you look overall at what the Senate is, I have it back here, guys, big board right next to me. We'll slide back here for a second. So Michigan goes to the Democrats, brings them up to 46, but GOP controls at 52. We got Pennsylvania still up, got Arizona, Nevada. So we got a few races. You might get more. Go back to the governor in a moment. But that was the other part of it. We're talking about the big night for Republicans. We'll see how the House goes. We'll talk about that later. That might go to Republicans as well. It might be 3 for 3 here. But what about the Senate? To ask you about surprises, that was a strong night on the Senate side.
Yeah, look, without a doubt. And I think, I mean, the House is what I think we all knew they were going to probably get at least 51, 52, maybe even 53. Yep. But watch that House. I mean, let's assume the House is effectively split. The challenge for Republicans and Trump is making sure you get something passed in the House. You've got to move an agenda forward. If you get stalled, you should have gotten more done in 2017 and 2018, and they got crushed in 2018. So the opportunity is, have we learned from that, right, as a party? Have we learned that there's got to be some compromise? You got to bring some Democrats over. You got to find some middle ground on your legislation. You got to, if you don't pass something on immigration reform, then what's the point of everything we've done? So they've set a pretty high standard and a pretty high bar. I think they can meet it, but it's not just a Republican bar. It's everyone saying, okay, we all agree immigration is an issue. You got to give a little to get a lot, find that common ground. And again, America as a whole will cheer up and say, wow, Washington finally got something done. But now's the opportunity, and hopefully they kind of learn their lesson in that first term, and they come into the second term a little wiser and with a slightly better approach to how you manage that congressional piece of what you need to achieve.
Interesting, because DDHQ hasn't made a call on House control, but our probability for the Republicans is now 92%. 210 to 194 with 218 needed for a majority. We'll have to wait probably out west in California and other places for votes to be counted before making a call, but that looks good for Republicans. But you bring up an interesting point. There's always a challenge. The old saying, the Wall Street saying has always been gridlock is good. They like divided government. You love having all the control, but do with it. What do you say to people who are worried that it goes too much the wrong way here, or one way? Some Americans might be watching and saying, boy, I wish it was divided.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think the House is going to be extreme. I mean, you're going to have a lot of folks in the middle ground. You're always going to have a couple senators even there, too, that are going to want to be the deal makers, even though, one party has control over the other. You always, it's the Joe Manchins or the Kirsten Sinemas, from last term. Who are those folks going to be this time that kind of put the brakes on things that maybe Trump and the administration wants to do, to say we got to find better compromise? You'll have the same issue in the House. So I don't think you're going to get anything too extreme out of Congress. The big issue for me in terms of what affects people's lives daily is his administration. The new head of the EPA, is he going to be a lunatic like this last guy, or are they going to have some sense into where to bring things? What are they doing on energy policy? And then let's not forget, Trump's going to be very much defined in terms of what happens over the next 6 months with foreign relations. With Israel, with Ukraine, his approach there. Can we get some stability and peace? Can he be a leader on that? There's a couple different approaches he could take, but that is going to, right off the bat, I think, determine how successful he can be in the next 4 years.
What about his own White House staff, who he hires? That was the narrative going in, that all these people turned against him, half his cabinet and all the rest. I mean, there's some risks there, right? And who Trump brings into his new administration. What would you like to see him do?
Very much. Chief of Staff. There's nothing more important than a chief executive, whether you're a governor or president, than having a really, really solid chief of staff. Someone that, again, understands your vision and can fulfill it, keep things filtered.
Are you applying for the job?
Get the president getting overwhelmed.
There's been Sununu's have been chiefs of staff before, so I don't know.
Well, handling the job is one thing. Wanting the job is another. I'm excited to go to the private sector, but that's the key, one of the key pivotal pieces there, more than anything else, because from that, everything flows. You can determine what's going to be filtered up to the president and how the operations. It's really almost a head of operations, if you will.
Yeah, running it day to day, running it hour to hour. I got to go, but you're speaking private sector. This is your old job. Kelly Ayotte won last night. This is the race over here, 53-45. So private sector, are you going to run for public office ever again?
I'm not thinking about it right now. I can tell you that. I'm excited to get a little anonymity, go back into the private sector, make a couple bucks, and try to get my kids through college.
All right. So we'll talk to you when you announce for senator for the White House next time around. Thanks, Governor. Good to have you on. Governor Sununu right there. Not thinking about it right now. All right. We talked about this kind of smashing of the blue wall, right, which was completed when DDHQ called Michigan. I went through Michigan for Trump today. Former Congressman from Michigan, the Democrat Andy Levin, joining our conversation right now. Welcome back. What would you say, Connor, you probably listen to what Governor Sununu says. Everybody's trying to, make out lessons or whatever happened last night. What have you been thinking about today, big picture and in Michigan?
Well, so in Michigan, we did have, the city of Dearborn voting a majority for Trump, him getting not a majority, but a 20-30-point swing in Hamtramck, a Muslim majority city. So the situation in Gaza and beyond definitely hurt Vice President Harris, and she came closer in Michigan than the other blue wall states. So, maybe she could have prevailed here. But look, there's no question this was a national election of great import for the country. And the deal is this, Connell, the Democratic Party has to get back to being the party of the working class of this country. And forget all this attention on, Latinos and young African-American men. It's about people who are workers, who may not have a college education, who may work with their hands, whatever. The Democratic Party historically was always their champion. And there's been this process since Reagan and the Reagan Democrats with that eroding. And that's the analysis we need to make. We've got to be the party of working class people. We certainly are on policy, and we need to be louder and clearer about that. And we need to actually enact policies that help workers, like higher wages, better pensions.
So if you're right on policy, then it's tone, it's the way you talk. I mean, people say they don't, they think there's a condescending attitude, people being talked down to, you treat them like they're dumb. I've heard that over and over again, and there might be something to that.
Yes, absolutely. And look, I mean, trade policy is the center of it. I was on the doors, doing canvassing, and I talked to a guy who was a welder in Macomb County, and he was 69. He hasn't worked since he was 58. And he said the best years were 75 to 80. He said, I could leave one job and give myself a raise by going to another job. That's a long time ago, Connell.
Yep.
But it used to be the Democrats who were the champions for unions, workers, higher wages, and we still are, but we have to, like you say, and I take trade policy as at the center of it. That's what made people start talking about the Chardonnay, sipping coastal.
Well, it started kind of with NAFTA in the 90s, but I would say but I still think 2008 was a big deal, the financial crisis in 2008, because I was covering financial news at the time. And just the anger there that these Wall Street banks got bailed out, I think, a lot of us covering financial news kind of underestimated it at the time, but that built into the Tea Party and built into, whatever you want to say, Sarah Palin and Trump and on, and here we are. I mean, 2008 to me still has a lot to do with it.
You're absolutely right. We saved the big banks, but not, Jane and Fred in their house, and how they were getting screwed on their mortgage and whatnot. I mean, absolutely. And not that the Republicans had better policies, but Democrats, we were in charge and we didn't come through for people in that moment.
And you could say Trump, like I've heard Democrats say it all the time, Trump doesn't really care about these people, whatever you think of Trump, but he speaks like he does. And, he identifies there was this grievance that was a big part of his campaign, and that kind of plays into all of that. And Democrats, they can complain about it, but they're probably losing because of it, right? So what's next?
Well, yes, and I think the real important thing is that we've got to focus on building a multiracial coalition of working class people across all these differences. So, I mean, what next? Like for me personally, I'm going to look to everything we could do to actually unleash the desire of workers in this country to form unions. It's ultimately labor law reform is important. Obviously, that's not passing in the near term. How about helping workers really build huge momentum out of their desire to have unions and collective bargaining? And that's going to be a central part of this as far as I'm concerned, because when that upswell happens, I think it'll affect all of American politics.
All right, they're setting up for the Harris concession speech there in D.C.
Yeah, we'll be watching.
Thank you for coming on. It's always good to talk to you, former Congressman from Michigan, Andy Levin.
Thanks,
now,
Connell.
the other thing today, how about the stock market? You probably saw it with some of the numbers on the bottom of the screen. There's been a lot of green on the screen across Wall Street. Look at this. The Dow, that's a big gain percentage-wise. The biggest day, I think, in 2 years. Look at this. Up 1,000 points, 1,500 points. Less than an hour to go in the trading day. Boy, crazy stuff. This will be called a Trump trade. We'll get into it. As the market closes and after it closes. At Howard, they're setting up for the vice president and this concession speech after the election was called. We did not hear from Harris last night, but we will today. We'll cover it live. We'll be right back here on News Nation Now. So President-elect Trump and his allies in the Republican Party now preparing for the potential that they will sweep their way into Washington. House still hasn't been called yet, but they have the Senate, they have the White House, and Democrats start this soul-searching process. And we want to bring in News Nation contributor Denise Gisham, the former Republican congressional candidate from California, and Connor Lamb, the former Democratic congressman from Pennsylvania. Connor, if I start with you, I feel like you saw some of this in Western Pennsylvania in our conversations before the election, that you were worried about some of what happened. I'm sure maybe the extent of it surprised you, but what did you see?
Yeah, it just seemed clear that people were really dissatisfied with parts of the last 4 years, especially as it relates to inflation and immigration. And when I would talk to, I had maybe 10 or 12 people that I would check in with who I knew voted for Trump once in the past, but kind of had an open mind this time. And they never really had anything bad to say about Vice President Harris, but they would always say that they felt like they knew what they were getting with Trump, and that was what they wanted. They wanted someone who would be strong on the economy, strong on the borders, and we just never got there as a collective Democratic campaign to convince them we would be better on those issues.
We had this conversation, Andy Levin was on a few minutes ago, Denise, about working class voters, how you talk to them, how you deal with them. The Wall Street Journal puts it this way, that the GOP cements gains as the quote-unquote working class party across racial lines. Trump won more minority and non-college voters, while Harris largely retained professional class voters, as they're called, and maybe that's part of the problem, by the way. But Denise, what would you make of that?
Well, and that's also something that Senator Fetterman admitted in interviews in the final days of the election. He was concerned about it. And President Trump was masterful in his ability to connect and bond with working class voters in both word and deed. He embraced tariffs and he called them his favorite word. He also rallied with rank and file union members who bucked their leadership to stand with him. But he also, he just knew he was speaking a language. Every time, all of us here in Washington or, all these highfalutin, educated people would sit back and roil in horror as President Trump said things, he was speaking in a lexicon that bonded with the people that he needed to bond with in order to move the needle in the blue wall. And Pennsylvania was squarely in his crosshairs, and he did what nobody else could do. I wouldn't even get credit to the rest of the GOP for coming up with this. I would say this is a uniquely signature President Trump move, and he deserves all the credit for it.
And we saw it all around the country. If you saw at the top of the show, I went through the fact that it's like 90% of the county, I said, shifted right. I thought it was interesting. Governor Sununu came on and he says, no, I disagree. He says what happened was, Connor, the Democratic Party shifted left, so the country stayed where it was. And that may be true. So I thought it was interesting the way he explained it. What would you say about your own party and kind of this introspection now, or this kind of look in the mirror that should be taking place?
Well, we've known for some time that this was an issue for us, and I think that inflation, particularly maybe also on the border, kind of supercharged it. So it's a new problem. It's something we've been arguing about internally for a while. I think we have to get back to the basics of the fact that we run for these jobs to represent people, not to impose views upon people from a university classroom or a textbook, but to get on their side of an issue, whether it's jobs in the energy sector or making them feel safe when it comes to immigration or crime or whatever the case. So I think we have a lot of listening to do and a lot of thinking to do. I would not really trust anyone that's rushing out there today on the Democratic side to tell you what we can do to fix it, because I think we need to listen a little more closely first.
Not a bad idea. Many people didn't know what was going to happen last night, so why would they know what needs to happen next, I guess, is the logic behind that. So quick thought on Vice President Harris. Denise, we see the setup at Howard. These concession speeches can sometimes be very, very interesting. A lot of people, there's a much closer election point to the 2000 race and Al Gore and what have you. But so, what about today and anything the Vice President can say that matters as we move forward? What do you think?
I think there will be as much communicated through her words as sort of the undertone, the intention of her speech. I really wish that she had come out sooner and just had a chance to really honestly, sort of not even off the cuff, but just in a very sort of almost non-Kamala Harris way, because she's been so scripted in everything she's done, but just in a very authentic way, just said, hey, you guys, this is what happened. Like, I accept it, and congratulations to President Trump. And, you know, there's something about her campaigning on the message of unity that she can really bring back in and say, look, I campaigned on a platform of unity and said I would work with Republicans, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask you to do the same.
Final thing, Congressman, how much blame would you pin on the vice president? To me, with the results being as they are, it would have been tough to imagine any Democrat winning. It'd be tough to imagine that, you know, Josh Shapiro being on the ticket would have made any difference, you know, being what we saw last night in the numbers. What do you think?
I think she ran a very technically excellent campaign as far as, you know, the events, the speeches, obviously the fundraising, the organizing, the management. I can imagine a world where, you know, maybe a different nominee would have broken more cleanly from the administration and tried to get on people's side of some of these issues kind of from square one in a fresh way. But you couldn't do that if you were coming. That wasn't available to her because she was coming out of the administration, and I don't think it would have rung true. I also think she feels personal loyalty toward President Biden, and I've really respected her for that. So that wasn't the hand she had to play. Whether someone else could have done it, we'll never know.
Right, because that probably would have had to happen with Biden saying after the midterms he wasn't running, as opposed to when he did, which would have been a different timing. Connor Lamb, Denise Kitchen, thanks to both. Now, as we continue here, of course, we'll have the vice president from Howard. We'll also have more on this. This was kind of interesting last night. There was an independent Senate candidate in Nebraska. Didn't win, fell just short, though, of unseating a Republican incumbent. You wonder what you should read into something like that. Power of independence. We have our Mr. Independent coming up, Paul Rieckhoff. So it was a big night for Republicans, not just for the new president-elect Donald Trump, but the Republicans also take control and regain it in the Senate, and they might take the House. We haven't called that yet, but certainly looks good right now for Republicans. And Trump's been saying this time around his party has been given a mandate after the election. Let's bring Paul Rieckhoff in, host of the Independent Americans podcast, founder and CEO, Independent Americans of America. We were talking about this earlier, kind of this big picture conversation of what happened, that this was a lot of people just, and not just in the swing states, kind of a rejection of, to me, kind of, you know, big institutions, if you look at it, as the government, the media, this idea that a lot of people are angry in this country, and they expressed themselves last night. What do you think happened?
I think that's right. And they view Donald Trump as a vehicle for that anger, for that frustration.
Yeah.
I think there's also the flip side, which is the Democrats have a terrible brand problem. I mean, everywhere from red states like Texas to here in New York, where we saw historic levels of voting for Trump in New York City. I mean, the Democrats have to come to grips with the fact that they have a serious institutional problem. They are failing their base. They're failing to hold the other side accountable. And it's why so many people are coming to independence, why they're declaring no party, why we see so many people unaffiliated. 51% of the country. That actually, a few of them more went to Harris last night, looks like, than Trump. But she lost so many different demographics. She was a weak candidate as well, which I brought up, you know, months ago when they first nominated her. But I think they have a serious soul check to do here, and it's an important part for, I think, all Americans to remember something. Half the country is kind of in mourning right now. This was true 4 years ago, too, and we've got to reach out across the aisle. We've got to try to come together. This isn't a time for victory laps. It's a time to try to come together as Americans, especially because our enemies are watching, and our enemies are going to take advantage of any division.
You're right. Independents did break for Harris by a few points. I saw that. I think they each won their parties with like 95% or so of the vote. Gen X, that's our generation, by the way, right? 45 to 64. That's the only age bracket that Trump won, right? But he won it by a lot. Look at this, votes by age. 54 Trump, 44 Harris. So she, you know, has marginal with the younger people, and with the older people, it was tied there at the last polling from the exits at 49, but 35 to 64. What does that tell us?
I think this was a question of strength. And Trump really doubled down on strength, like a muscularity type of Americanism that some folks bristled at, but really worked. And it was bolstered by people like Dana White, right? He had people like Hulk Hogan, and a lot of people in the liberal media kind of scoffed at it. But he was getting the Joe Rogan vote. He was getting the gritty grinders of this country. And a lot of non-college educated white men, especially in places like Pennsylvania and Ohio, where she bombed out. I mean, she didn't even come close to the numbers that Biden did. And I think they've got to look at the fact that they had a strong candidate candidate against a candidate that many in America viewed as weak, or a continuation of a president who they view as weak. So it's kind of that triple threat of the brand, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden coming together around an opponent that just looked strong. And a lot of people, especially in that demographic, and mostly men, really reacted to that.
She missed Biden's numbers just about everywhere, by the way, which
everywhere,
is fascinating.
every demographic.
Now, we mentioned a few minutes ago independents. We always talked about independent candidates. I know you'd followed that Nebraska race with Osborne. And for a while last night, we said, boy, we haven't called this. This is getting close. He ended up losing. But anything there from an independent giving someone from the two-party system in Fisher a run for money? What did you make?
Yes, when people have a legitimate independent option, they do well. He didn't win, but he came pretty damn close, and he did better than any independent Senate candidate in history. I think it goes back to that question of strength and patriotism. He was a Navy veteran. He was a mechanic. He was a straight talker. He was viewed as strong and willing to buck both parties and all institutions. He kind of put a pox on everybody's house, and I think he is really a bellwether for what can happen. We also saw down ballot in Nebraska. Independents do well, and about 5 of our candidates out of 11 won across America in states like California, all the way down to Florida. They did well. So America wants independent options. And if they have a strong one that's patriotic and a veteran, they're going to respond.
But outside the two-party system, you always have conversations after this. Oh, there's going to be a strong third party. It never develops in America like this centrist, center-right or center-left party that would somehow bring people together. Like it just hasn't happened, will it?
I don't think it has to be a party. Okay. I think it's about individuals. If you look back at somebody like Ross Perot, you look back at somebody like Jesse Ventura, now you look at somebody like Dan Osborne. When you have a dynamic candidate, if The Rock ran tomorrow, right, or if Dana White ran tomorrow, if you have a candidate that can say, screw you to all the parties, that person doesn't need a third party. They can run individually on their own character, on their own merits, and the voters actually respect that. They feel like they're not beholden to donors and corporations and institutions. These renegade kind of candidates, I think, are the new future, especially when they're veterans who can be trusted to have integrity and patriotism and be strong on national security and things like the border.
Yeah, which was Osborne's, or if they have hundreds of millions of dollars, which sometimes we see, which we finance their own campaigns in some other cases. All right, Paul, thank you. Thank you. Paul Rykoff there. Interesting on independence. So as we watch coming up the House of Representatives, we're wondering whether it'll go to the Republicans. No call yet, but if they do, they make it 3 for 3, hanging in the balance. We'll be right back. Listen, this Senate map always favored Republicans. We know that. They're up to 52 in control. The Democrats now stand at 46 after the DDHQ call in Michigan for Slotkin. The races still to watch here that are not out or haven't been called yet is Pennsylvania. Look at McCormick. Man, Bob Casey could lose here, right? 50.2 McCormick, 49.8 for Casey. So that one's still on the board. The Nevada, the Jackie Rosen race we'll watch closely, and it is close. Brown at 47.6, 47.1. They got 91% of the votes in, and votes are still to come from Reno and Vegas areas. That's where those counties are that you see on the map there. And I would just real quick on Arizona, let's see where we are in that Cary Lake Gallego race. So Gallego's ahead with 66% in, 50.4 to 47.7. Let's go as we talk about balance of power and who will control Capitol Hill to the Hill, and we bring in News Nation's Joe Khalil right now. You know, it's interesting. So 52-46 is where we stand. We knew Republicans had the advantage. You know, their leader, Mitch McConnell, came out and spoke earlier today, right?
Yeah, he did, Connell. By the way, you are getting very good at that board. I hope that they continue that after the election season's over here. Yeah, we heard from Mitch McConnell today. He is no longer going to be the Republican leader. He's giving up that title, but he is going to remain in the Senate. Obviously, he's going to be an influential voice here. Listen to what he said about what it means now that Republicans will guaranteed have the majority in the Senate. The question just by how much. This is McConnell earlier.
The filibuster will stand. There won't be any new states admitted that give a partisan advantage to the other side. And we'll quit beating up the Supreme Court every time we don't like a decision they make. So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails.
So, Connell, it's easy to say they're not going to do away with the filibuster now. It's going to be quite another thing when the Trump administration may be pushing them to do so if they want to pass certain bills that they have. I want to make one more point, Connell. Yep. The states that Republicans have flipped, that was low-hanging fruit for them. West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana, those are the states that they thought these are the easiest ones. They got all three of them. The other states are going to be harder, but 52 versus 54 may not seem like a lot if you're sitting at home. That is a significant difference. And the reason is you do have 2 or 3 Republicans in the Senate, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, maybe Tom Tillis in North Carolina, who are more moderate, who are not scared to vote against their own party. So they could absolutely, if it's 54 versus 52, right. We're talking about a big difference here.
Yeah, fair. So keeping the Slotkin seat, it speaks to the importance. In the House, so go back, we're at 92% win probability right now. DDHQ, I'm going to ask about that at the moment for Republicans, 210, 194. I know you have some seats you're watching. Like we've been watching a bunch of them in New York. New York 4. Mentioned last night out on Long Island is actually my district there, Nassau County, 51-49. So Laura Gillen, not called yet with 98% in, but she might flip that from D'Esposito, the incumbent. You had New York 19, I think, on your list. Was that another one that you were watching? So that's the Molinaro seat. So that's Riley.
Molinaro race,
Yep, he's behind. And then 2 more. Let me go just look at numbers, and you can tell me about these races. I know Michigan 7 was 1 because that was, let's see how that one is playing out. That's called for Barrett, right? So Michigan 7 was 1 in Pennsylvania. I was watching these last night, the Pennsylvania races. I thought were really, really interesting, and to see how they're going to go down. Let's see what the numbers are right now, Joe, in Pennsylvania. That's the Susie Wild seat that she lost, right, to McKenzie. Pick up on the House for us.
Yeah, so you can see the trends nationally from the presidential race filter down to the House races. In Pennsylvania there, it was always a tough one for Susan Wild, the seat you just showed, and for Matt Cartwright in the district right next to hers. But Donald Trump did very well there, and they ended up losing their seats in very tight races. The New York races are very interesting, and I'm surprised they have not yet already been called. Those were the ones that Republicans were fearing the most. You got Brandon Williams, a little bit farther away from the Long Island area. He lost his seat, and then Anthony D'Esposito, who you just showed, and Mark Molinaro, is seriously risking losing those seats. The game for Democrats, though, if they were to have won the House, was they needed to net 4 seats, do 4 seats better than Republicans. Right now, you saw some of these races. Republicans are flipping blue seats, and Democrats are flipping red seats, but they're flipping them at about equal rates. So if all things are considered equal at the end of the day, Republicans will maintain an 8-seat majority or so. That's what appears, give or take 1 or 2 seats, what is most likely at this point. So they're in a very good position, as Decision Desk HQ is projecting, to keep the House. And with the trifecta, all of a sudden the Trump administration coming in can talk about passing some of their priorities pretty easily.
All right, thank you, Joe. Joe Khalil live on Capitol Hill. Let's bring in the man of the hour now. Not that Joe's not the man of the hour, but this guy really is. Scott Tranter, the director of data science at Decision Desk HQ. We bow to you, sir. What a night for you guys, way ahead of everybody. I'm not the mathematician that you are, but how close are you guys on the House here? 92% win probability. I would like my odds if I'm the Republican. So what's going on here in terms of a House control call?
Yeah, I don't think there's a question about the GOP control. And I think it's more of is it going to be between 220, 225 seats? The magic number, depending on who you talk to on my team, probably 222, 223. You brought up those New York seats. Those are probably going to take a few days to figure out, but it's really these California seats that we're starting to get some data out of. Valadeo's in California 22. It looks like Donald Trump did pretty well there and might be able to carry Valadeo over the top.
Okay.
Trump's got some coattails.
Speaking of Trump, can you explain Pennsylvania to us a little bit? I haven't talked to you since the call. We know when it happened and was, as I said, way ahead of everybody. We made us look great at News Nation, partnering up with you guys. Trump wins. There's the vote totals coming in. We talked before, all of us, we had a call before the coverage last night, and This is maybe in the weeds, too nerdy for people, but I don't care. I still think it's important. You were saying that the laws had changed in Pennsylvania, right? So at 1 o'clock in the morning, they were supposed to go to the counties and tell us where all the votes were out. Like we have a tab here. There's not many now, but the votes remaining, and it lists by county. Did they do that? Is that why? Did that have anything to do with why we were, or you were able to make that call well before everyone? It was just after 1, right?
That was exactly why they had these 1201 reports, because all we need to do is, if we have a candidate ahead of the other, we need to go and figure out how many votes are left. And the new law put in place allowed that transparency. Counties complied. They put out good data, and we were able to use that data to figure out that there wasn't enough votes left for Harris to overtake Donald Trump.
So don't tell any of the other networks about that before the next election. This way, you know, you could stay way ahead of them. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. It's a great job. So coming out big picture here, I was talking earlier, and I saw the stat that I mentioned that was like 90% of the counties in the whole country, I said, moved right. Governor Sununu arguing the people, you know, the Democratic Party moved left, whatever. But the point is the same, right? Is that there was this, it wasn't just the swing states. What did you make of some of those margins all over the country? Did that surprise even you as you looked at them come in?
It did. It did. I think, you know, if I had told you 6 months ago that Donald Trump had a chance of winning the popular vote, I would have said, oh, okay, that's a little outlier there, Scott. But that's what we're looking at here: Donald Trump winning the popular vote. Donald Trump, you know, carrying a House majority, expanding probably a House majority, and then obviously taking the Senate. It looks, on the surface of it, as decisive, and some could argue more decisive than his 2016 victory.
I mentioned New York earlier. Cook County, I was bringing it up. We can put it back up. It's right here on the wall. Chicago's Cook County, right? And that, I mean, that's a big move when you know, obviously she still wins it, but that was what we saw so many places. At first we were thinking, oh, just a little bit here and there, but it was more than a little bit here and there in some of these blue states.
Yeah, look, Donald Trump, I mean, that just shows you, Cook County is a perfect example of, he is making inroads with white working class voters, African Americans. You know, we saw these similar shifts in Texas among counties that are predominantly Hispanic. Look, all the things that we were talking about over the last year about Donald Trump changing the coalition of the Republican Party, we saw that come out in the votes last night, and it's certainly changing the face of elections going forward.
I would say get some sleep, but I hate when people say that. It's like we're not digging ditches, and people have real jobs, so we can do this once every few years. But you did a great job last night. You and your whole team. Congrats to everybody. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Scott Tranter there, DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ. They were ahead of everybody. They really were. Made us look great in our coverage. Now, concession speech. We're waiting on it from Vice President Harris, and it's still to come live from Howard University. There's the setup in D.C. We'll be back. And, you know, now the only question is if it's 301 or 312 for Donald Trump. Arizona is the one state that's not called yet. This is the updates. 67% of the votes are in. 51-9, 47-2 is where we are, waiting for votes, I would think, in Maricopa. Yep, Maricopa County. 643,000. Speaking of numbers, quick check of those Wall Street numbers. We'll get the close here in a few minutes, but boy, it's been quite a rally on Wall Street. Green across the screen here. Look at the Dow, 1,500 points. Waiting on Vice President Kamala Harris and the concession speech to come. That'll be at Howard University. The setup is there. We thought we'd hear from her last night. We didn't. We will hear from her here really any minute now. We'll be back. All right, closing bell time on Wall Street. Yeah, they have a lot to cheer about in the corner of Wall and Broad here in New York City, Lower Manhattan at the New York Stock Exchange as the market closes up with the best day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average in 2 years as Donald Trump is heading back to the White House. A 1,500-point gain as it settles in. That's 3.5%. That's a huge upside day. S&P and the NASDAQ also up nearly as much as we look at our top stories on News Nation Now.
There's no question this was a national election of great import for the country.
So I think this shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrail.
There's nothing more important than a chief executive, whether you're a governor or president, than having a really, really solid chief of staff. Someone that, again, understands your vision and can fulfill it, keep things filtered.
Are you applying for the job?
Get the president getting overwhelmed.
There's been Sununu's Yeah, I don't know about that. News Nation Now continues. We're live from New York City. Always good to be with you. I'm Connell McShane. Now, at this hour, Vice President Kamala Harris is about to deliver a concession speech at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., after opting not to speak last night. News Nation's Kelly Meyer has been leading our coverage of the Harris campaign throughout and joins us right now from Howard as they get set. What do we know about the speech we're about to hear, Kelly?
Yeah, Connell, and they're telling us that we have to turn our lights out here because she is set to come out on stage and give her concession speech. We've been seeing people file in, DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, as well as former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We've been talking with folks that have been here in the audience, supporters of Vice President Harris, who were out here last night, returned here today. Some said that they didn't want to have their friends to come back because they were so sad, but then that they said that they wanted to be here to thank her, that this was so important to be here for this moment. So I know we have to jump off because people are closing off their lights here, Connell, but you know, we'll see what she has to say here today.
You don't need lights. You don't need lights, Kelly Meyer. You still look great there. We'll be back when the speech starts there, Howard University. Now, let's talk about this while we wait for the vice president. Now that we have a clear outcome, we can all move on, right? Talk about what a second Trump administration might look like. News Nation contributor Mick Mulvaney served in the first administration for a time, as you know, as Trump's White House chief of staff. Joins us now. Obviously, we're going to cut away to the vice president. You know that, Mick, but I want to get this in with you. I'd be curious. We spoke right before of what you say now on the why, what you've been thinking about today.
Well, looking backward, looking forward. Looking backward, I still think the reason that she lost was that she couldn't answer the simplest of questions. In politics, we tend to overthink it, right? We look at nuance, we look at demographics, we look at data, but really sometimes it just comes down to really simple things, and she could never answer one simple question, which is, how are you different than Joe Biden? She got asked that 5 or 6 different times from very favorable outlets and seemed stunned by the question every single time. She gave 5 or 6 different answers. None of them were any good. So in a race that was a referendum about Donald Trump, she needed to be seen as a reasonable alternative. People were either voting for Trump or against Trump. And the people voting against Trump, before they would vote for her, were going to say, okay, do I know enough about her to make the decision? Am I comfortable with voting for her? And they said no, and that's what cost her the election. Looking forward, we can talk about the cabinet, the picks, how he's going to structure his government, his priorities, and so forth. But looking backwards, that's the big takeaway here is how she lost.
Yeah, real quick, I'll put this up on the screen. I do want to speak going forward. It looks like we have a few minutes until the vice president comes out. I've made the point a few times about this not just being a swing state story, and I think that's one thing that stood out to us last night when we're looking at numbers coming in. All these metro areas, like including the one I'm standing in, New York City, where compared to what Biden did, Harris just didn't get there. Look at this, across the board. New York City, so Biden's plus 54, Harris, she wins, but she's plus 38. Harris County, Houston. Biden is plus 14 and Harris doesn't get there. Chicago, Cook County, same deal. Philadelphia County and Philadelphia. So it was this across-the-board story with Americans, either, the movement of the Democratic Party to the left, this has been argued on the show already, or the movement of the electorate to the right. What do you make of it?
Yeah, give the News Nation team credit from last night. We saw something before everybody else did. Not only did DDHQ make the calls earlier, but the team that we had just sitting here working on it saw something in the very early state of Virginia. And what we saw in Virginia was that she was not only trailing Joe Biden, she was trailing Tim Kaine. She was 2 percentage points behind him statewide in Virginia. Then you look at North Carolina. She was 2 percentage points behind down-ballot Democrats. There are lieutenant governors and attorney generals in Democrat states that would have beaten Donald Trump, and she did not. And we were able to find that out early. Keep in mind, the northern suburbs of Virginia look a lot like the suburbs around Philly and Detroit and Milwaukee. So I think we saw something early on, which is that she just wasn't selling in those urban areas. It'll be fascinating to watch the ethnic breakdown, the demographic breakdown of the voting after we get the data in the next couple of days. I'll be curious to see how Donald Trump did with the African-American community and the Hispanic community. But not only that, he did much better in the white suburbs, I think, than people realize.
Yeah, I saw and you're right, so we need to let those exits settle a little bit, but I saw that it looked like he had won white women again. Latino men was very, very strong as well for Trump. Now, the going forward question for you, how about staffing this administration for Donald Trump? Second time around, I mentioned earlier, a lot's been made of the fact that, people who worked for him the first time, you did, in a couple of different positions, including chief of staff. had left or abandoned him or whatever, the narrative before. What about now and putting together a White House staff? What would you say about it?
Yeah, I know this is a statement against my own self-interest, but I got to tell you, I think Trump Cabinet 2.0 is going to be better than 1.0. He knows more about the job being president now. He knows more about the folks that he wants around him, and there are folks with whom he is familiar. Keep in mind, I'm not sure he ever met Rex Tillerson much before he made him Secretary of State. I think he'd known Reince Priebus for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months before he made him Chief of Staff. Doesn't mean those folks are not capable. I thought Reince was capable, but it just means there was not a good fit. I think Trump is going to find people now who are very capable and very competent, that he gets along with and can work better with than he did with his first cabinet. So I think it's usually when you get to a second term of a presidency, you're looking at the B and C team coming in for the cabinet secretaries, the junior people. Right. Now I think Trump is actually going to do better the second time than he did the first.
Well, that's interesting because that had been and again, this is not necessarily, this is coming mostly from Democrats, I suppose, but I've heard it from Republicans, especially off camera. They say they're going to have a tough time staffing that up. There's Nancy Pelosi, by the way, at Howard. You can see on the screen there as we're waiting for the vice president. And you don't sense that there's going to be a talent pool problem, that people will be reluctant to work in a second Trump administration among Republicans?
Not at all. The names I'm hearing for potential cabinet secretaries, I won't put them in any particular spot. Mike Pompeo. No question the man is qualified. Bill Hagerty, a senator from Tennessee. Bob Lighthizer was confirmed as the USTR, did a great job. Robert O'Brien, National Security Advisor. There's going to be some great names coming back and some new names. There's a bunch of folks in the Senate who I think would be interested in joining. There's some House members who might be able to join. I've heard both Garrett Graves and Sam Graves for Department of Transportation. These are really good people who know the topics that they might end up working with Donald Trump on. So, no, I'm not concerned at all about the talent pool at the very highest levels. Are there going to be some crazies in the White House? Is Peter Navarro probably going back in? Yeah, but I mean, that you always knew that was a risk with a Trump victory.
Right. Oh, Gary Cohn won't be around this time to kind of lock him out of meetings. No, I don't know. I just heard that. I'm not sure if that was really happening or not, but with Peter Navarro. Let me bring the great Geraldo Rivera into this, Mick, if that's okay. News Nation correspondent at large joining us now. Hello, Geraldo. You're on with myself and Mick. We're waiting for the vice president at Howard. You've probably been listening to our conversation. We know how you felt going in to this election. How do you feel now that it's over?
Well, I feel, depressed. Let me just say first that Mick is absolutely right. I think the fundamental problem with Vice President Harris is that she could not answer those questions. It was shocking in many ways that the substance just wasn't there. Where's the beef? It just didn't seem that she had a grasp of those issues that she could articulate. A lot of that I put aside in favor of the emotional, historical aspect of a black woman ascending to the highest office in the world. She, though, did not demonstrate competency going into that, but the history was enough to sway me. But I do believe that the Republicans and Donald Trump, the best campaigner, performer in modern history, just did a diabolically magnificent job exploiting hot-button issues like immigration. How many times did we see those grainy pictures of immigrants running over the border and stomping and running, and each time there was an act of violence, it was absolutely exploited, even sometimes to the dismay of the parents and the other survivors. I think that it was a poor, to summarize, Connell, a poor campaigner. Her moments of brilliance, the debate, she was great. Right. I also thought that the canned convention was terrific. Her nominating convention and her finale was also much better than President Trump's. But by then, it was it was already over. And I lament how devastated her performance was, how devastating it was. But there's always next time. I think that I, though, shall retire from the business of endorsing candidates.
All right, after all these years. Well, yeah, I know you hadn't done much in that regard up until now. What's interesting, Geraldo, I'd be curious what Mick has to say about this, but he and I were talking a little bit about demographics. You brought up immigration. Some of these numbers that we had, particularly on Latino men for Trump, were or really something. I mean, he did really, really well according to some of the exit polls. What would you say, Geraldo, about that?
Well, you know, I was in the Rio Grande Valley with President Trump examining the border wall 2018, 2019. I forget the exact date, but it was clear then there were crowds on both sides of the issue. One side was pro-Trump, the other side was against Trump. But the Latino community was divided. What I have found after writing 2 books on immigration is that the phenomenon, it goes back to the Irish and the Italians and the European Jews and so forth. The phenomenon is they get into seeking the American dream, but it's almost as if they want to burn the bridge behind them. They want to assimilate, they want the country, they want the fruits of the new world. But they don't like the idea of people crowding in behind them. It's been absolutely the way it's been for a couple of centuries. Right. But I do also think, Connell, that social issues like the transgender thing, blown way out of proportion. You got a handful of cases, but that was also brilliantly exploited. And when you see the sweep of her demographic defeat, I understand that it's more than one thing. Yes. They needed brilliance. They needed enormous crossover appeal. They needed swagger and just a deep knowledge. And I just don't think the vice president was up to the task, Connell.
No, on the issue of immigration, and Mick, I want to get your thoughts on this. I'm going to squeeze in a quick break because Vice President Harris will be coming out soon. President Trump really focused on that. A number of times down the stretch of this campaign, he says, this is the #1 issue. And he would say it explicitly, not the economy, not inflation, it's immigration. And he emphasized that in the closing days of this campaign, which has now wrapped and will officially do so with this concession speech, which will start any moment. We'll be right back from here in New York and Washington, D.C. Don't go away. So we're covering the concession speech of Vice President Kamala Harris this hour, live from Howard University, Washington, D.C., with Mick Mulvaney and Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, I want to get your preview of this speech in a moment. I'm kind of oddly fascinated. I don't know, maybe I'm just weird by concession speeches in politics. I don't know. Sometimes we've heard some interesting things through the years. But, Mick, if we can pick up on the immigration point that Geraldo was making before the break, but what I said as well, where I was, you noticed it from Trump. I thought it was explicit last couple of weeks of the campaign, because we used to carry like a lot of his events and his rallies, and he would say, this is the #1 issue. It's not inflation. That's a disaster or something effectively like that, But it's an immigration. This is the border. It's a bigger issue. So he thought, and maybe he was right, that resonated, or he made a point of saying it. What did you make of that?
Well, I mean, sure, and he won, so I mean, you could say that it worked. But look, I've always been of the opinion that politicians can't tell voters what the most important issues are, that the voters know what the issues are to them. I think the reason Trump was trying to sort of emphasize immigration was that there was some polling data that showed that Kamala Harris was polling even with him in terms of the sort of favorability ratings on the economy. He still maintained an edge, but it was closing. But I don't think it moved the needle one way or the other in the last days of the campaign.
No, it didn't seem to, but that's actually probably right. That's an interesting point. Okay, there's the lectern set up at Howard University. Geraldo, what should we expect? What would you like to see in this concession speech in a few minutes?
Well, I would like to see grace, first of all, and she has no scarcity of that. She can be a very gracious person. I want to see a sense of history. I want to see humility, but also rallying those young people to dream big. That maybe I didn't make it past the glass ceiling, but one of you very well might. The fact that it was a black woman to vie for that big office, the biggest office of all, is in and of itself historic. She fell short, but next time, watch out. Here we come, and don't despair. We almost did it, or some words of that effect.
Yeah.
You don't want to bum them out, and you don't want to be hostile. You don't want to, I think that when Trump's first win, 2016, when he went into the White House, seemed to me that he never had a chance to catch his breath before they were impeaching him and, trying to sabotage him. I don't want that to happen again, and I don't want people to be thinking that way. Let's rest now. Let's take a breather now from politics. We've had nothing but, for a decade. Now let's give it a couple of months at least.
Okay. Yeah.
Let him be inaugurated and have President Biden there proudly at Trump's second inauguration. That's what I want. I want unity. I want an end to division. I want lowered rhetoric for at least a time.
What about you, Mick?
Yeah, I mean, I agree generally, and I think she can be a very graceful person. She gives a good speech on stage. Her weakness was extemporaneous, not from planned sort of set pieces. And I agree with Geraldo on the bringing the country together. Where I guess we differ is that if she plays the race card, even if she implies the race card, I lost because America's not ready for a black woman president. If she mentions the words glass ceiling, that's going to be divisive. She didn't lose because she was a black woman. She lost because she was no good at being a candidate. Remember, this is a woman who couldn't even get to the Iowa caucuses in 2020 as a candidate for President of the United States. There is an element, and I'm disappointed to hear Geraldo say that she lost because she's a black woman. No, she didn't. Just because she's a black woman doesn't mean she deserved to win. She had a chance to make her case, and she failed. And she failed miserably some of the basic things that a candidate has to do. So I agree with Geraldo. It'd be nice to see grace, and I think she's capable of doing it, and I expect to see that. I think it'd be nice to see unity, and I think that'd be great, and I hope to see that. But if she says, I lost because America's not ready for a black woman, that's a divisive thing, especially in light of how Donald Trump just did with minority communities.
Let me, obviously, Geraldo, I want you to respond to that. Let me throw something else into the mix, because we were having a conversation earlier just about the Democratic Party and what it needs to do to get back to being the party that kind of working class people that haven't been speaking to working class people the right way. Maybe they've been talking down to them. Maybe that's part of what happened last night. And just as I say that, Bernie Sanders is out with a tweet that it should come as no surprise Democratic Party's abandoned working class people would find that working class people have abandoned them. So, pick up on what Mick is saying, but I just wanted to throw that into the mix of the conversation as well, Geraldo.
I think, Mick, first of all, that to ignore her race and gender, I think, is being political. I think that it's time to cut through the politics now. The race is over. And I think that to suggest that those two profound traits are irrelevant, I think is putting it's not correct. I believe you must recognize what has happened here. And in this, where was abortion? Abortion disappeared as an issue at the last minute when people realized that the states were implementing Roe v. Wade on their own. So I think that eliminated that issue. Then you had the immigration. You had the race constantly. That immigration issue was also a racial issue, the way it was portrayed, the venality, the animals coming to get us, the vermin. There was a litany that I want very much now to put behind me. I don't want to remember it. I want, I want to suggest that, let's just declare a ceasefire. Whatever you did. Whatever I did. Now, how can we go forward, with reasonable politics and reasonable differences that are argued out? But I don't, at my late age, I don't see things that don't exist. I see things that as they are.
There's Tim Walz, obviously, right there in the front row.
And I think that he unfortunately was not a great selection. He just didn't. He didn't.
I don't know if anybody would have mattered, though. Because we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, maybe Josh Shapiro.
I thought that too, Geraldo, but to what Mick says, other than that, the fact that with how strong everything was, that Josh Shapiro would have made much of a difference in Pennsylvania, I don't know. I find it hard to believe. Vice President Harris
right there
has just been introduced. Mick, you want to just say a final word here as the Vice President walks up?
I think one of the great conversations after this will be whether or not Shapiro would have made a difference in Pennsylvania, but I guess at the end of the day, even if she wins Pennsylvania, the outcome is the same.
Exactly.
True.
It was the reason it got him to 270, but now he's well over 300. All right, here she is, the Vice President of the United States at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., Kamala Harris.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris, live from Howard University, her alma mater in Washington, D.C. This is her husband, Doug Emhoff, as that will be marked as the Vice President's official concession speech after losing the presidential election to now President-elect Donald Trump. We're back with Mick Mulvaney and Geraldo Rivera, but I also want to welcome in Carly Acheson-Byrd, who's the Republican side, a former national spokesperson for Ron DeSantis, his presidential campaign, and also with the Democratic strategist Nicole Briner-Schmitz joining us now as the Vice President and her husband walk off stage. So I just want to, I'll go around here and just get impressions from all four of you. And Nicole, I'll start with you, and then go to Carly, since you two are just joining us, and tell us what you think of what we just heard. Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what we expected. She reiterated some of the points that she's been making through the campaign, things that she's telling her voters and her supporters to keep fighting for, not give up on some of those ideals, and really emphasize that this is the democracy, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but we need to continue to go forward, accept these results, and continue to work within our legal and our democratic framework for the ideals and the legislation and the beliefs that we have. So I think it was gracious, it was short, it was to the point, and it was a peaceful transfer.
Accept the results, help with the transition. When we lose, we accept the results, but at the same time, you keep fighting, and you're not loyal to a president or a party, but the Constitution, was what she said, or paraphrasing what she said. Your impressions, Carly?
Yeah, to me, this fell a little flat. I mean, first of all, I thought that she should have come out last night and addressed her supporters who were gathered there. I also think it's customary to start out by saying that, I called President-elect Trump to wish him congratulations, and, now is the time to come together. I didn't hear much of that. What I heard was almost a rallying cry for Democrats to continue on this path for a failed strategy, calling on, we have to mobilize, we have to organize, instead of saying, look, this is what the American people decided. I called President-elect Trump, and we're going to get to work. I know that we're going to, things are going to be okay, or whatever. So I thought this fell a little flat, and I thought that, you know, the other half of it was just some more platitudes, is insincere, reading off a teleprompter. I'm not super impressed with this. And for the amount of time it took for her to come out, this fell short to me.
Yeah, a little bit of that at the top, to your point, and then she moved on to keeping the fight going. She did say, young people, this is going to be okay at one point, which I thought was interesting at the end. Geraldo, I thought whoever wrote it was, at the very beginning, was maybe going for like a Ted Kennedy 1980 convention vibe with the light of America's promise always burn bright as long as you keep up the fight, kind of what he said after losing that primary, you know, something along those lines to Jimmy Carter. But what do you make of what we just heard, Geraldo?
Only when it's dark enough can we see the stars. I thought it was melancholy, understandably. Sad. I thought, you know, there was a moment of sincerity where I thought I heard her voice breaking, you know, that there was some real emotion there. You know, it was kind of routine in a way. It was not soaring rhetoric. Resolve and don't give up the fight, and we concede the election, but not the fight. I appreciate her efforts, but I also think that speech, what we just heard, was an accurate reflection of the entire Harris campaign. I think it was that. It was teleprompter, emotion, pretty good writing, but nothing we haven't heard before. It didn't seem. You know, I mentioned the historic nature of her candidacy, right. And I know that Mick suggested that you know, maybe she should ignore that. She did ignore that, and I think that's one of the reasons it was not historic. Let me put it that way.
Interesting.
It was kind of routine.
What did you make of it, Mick?
I thought it was a good speech, not a great speech. I didn't think it was divisive, which I liked. I thought it was, you know, for her, as she's always struggled with sincerity. Of course, she's always going to be compared to Barack Obama, and she's not him. But I thought it was a good speech. Geraldo and I are old enough to remember Al Gore's concession speech in 2000, which is what I thought was one of the great speeches I've seen in my adult lifetime. Right. And while this is clearly not that, I always wonder sometimes when the things are over, if candidates let their guard down a little bit and be themselves at least just a little bit more. Right. So as good as this was, but not great, I still think it was probably better than her average speech on the stump while she was out campaigning.
See some emotion in the crowd there. You saw the young woman crying there and some hugs for people who had supported her campaign. I mean, campaigns are tough. There's a lot of work that goes into them, and when they end, you see a lot of emotion, and we're seeing some of it now. By the way, I'm old enough to remember Al Gore's speech, Mick. Geraldo was telling me about Grover Cleveland's speech when he came back the second time. He was comparing it to Trump, which I thought was interesting. He had very good analysis of it. You'll want to hear it sometime. So, anyway, Mick has to run, which we appreciate all the time, Mick, so thanks a lot. We'll continue with the other three. What would you all say about this? And I'll start with you, Nicole, the emotion we just saw and we're seeing it in the crowd there at Howard as, you know, as people listened, and you know, there's a lot of work that goes into these campaigns. Nicole?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's surprising to see. I mean, I'm sure there are people there who both worked on the campaign, and you know, no matter what side you're on, I mean, campaigns that's grueling, and they've put a lot of their lives and, you know, blood, sweat, and tears into it, and a lot of people really, you know, the historic nature, like you said, she didn't really talk about that a lot on the trail. She didn't discuss that today, but it is something that meant a lot to a lot of people. And so, you know, this is that culmination of those feelings, and people have a lot of emotions about that, and a lot of feelings about how much of their lives they put into this. So, you know, but they'll get up tomorrow and it's another day and life goes on.
Yeah, exactly right. That's we live in a great country. The sun comes up and all the rest. Carly, we haven't had a chance, which was what we were going to talk to you about anyway before this, to talk about the future a little bit. And this was a huge victory last night. Geraldo and I were talking about it earlier for Donald Trump, no matter how you slice it. What are you looking for in the early days of a Trump now administration number 2 that might make it different than administration number 1?
Well, Donald Trump already talked about this when he was asked. He said that, you know, they weren't as ready to go the first time around. I think that's going to be a completely different story this time. He's got a transition team all ready to go. So they're going to have, you know, all their appointments ready to go. They're going to have a game plan I think the mandate is really, really clear from the American people that they want bold conservative leadership. This was by no means a close race, which everybody was predicting it would be. So now you're talking about having the Senate, having the House. I mean, the American people want to see a GOP agenda. So I expect that Donald Trump to get the Remain in Mexico policy and back, for example, on day one. Close the border through executive action while you're working with Congress to come up with a more permanent solution. Unleash energy independence, get back to being energy dominant. All of those things are going to happen in the early days. They know better in terms of what needs to be done. I think what Donald Trump specifically talked about was, he was a New York guy who came into DC. He didn't know the big players. Now they do, and now they can kind of move forward. So I expect the efficiency, but as somebody who's a conservative and wants to see that agenda implemented, the GOP should not take this for granted. This is an opportunity that we have to do what the people have asked us to do. It would be such a shame to let this slip by and just only take executive action. Let's get some things done through Congress. We hope to see that for sure.
Yeah, majorities slip away as quick as they come in sometimes in midterm elections a couple of years after a presidential election. I think you're right about that. But it is an interesting point, Geraldo, that, and we don't know how the House is going to go, but it looks like it might go to the Republicans. We haven't called it officially yet. But this idea of having a lot of power with one party, your thoughts on the effect of that? Not just Trump winning, but they take the Senate and they might take the House.
If that comes to pass, what I would like to see, regardless, even if the House, which is a long shot, goes Democrat, I would like to see President Trump have a speech and not talk about everything. Maybe he can have a welcoming speech, but his first real business speech, he should say, we're going to solve the problem of immigration right now. I have summoned whoever the minority leader of the Senate is, and whoever the majority leader and the Speaker of the House. Get them right in here. Let's solve immigration right now. Okay, we got this Langford bill. This is bipartisan. This was already now. Let's just make this a little different and this a little different. Maybe put a little more here, a little less there. Do it right now. Do it. Show that he can do something. Let's get the construction crews back building the wall at the same time. But let's get those 1,500 extra Border Patrol officers in place. Let's really make the vibe. Tell to the rest of the world, stop right there. You're not going to have success coming in this country unless you play by the rules. Just do with vibrancy and verve and inclusion to the extent that people want to take the ride with you. Get this done. Show that it's not just it was so, to me, stomach turning when President Trump suggested that the Langford bill should not be considered because it would rob him of one of his seminal issues. Right. That was awful. That was a ruthless pragmatism that I think was really distasteful. But if contrary to that, he says, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Next Wednesday, I'm meeting with the Border Patrol. Next Thursday, I'm talking to the President of Mexico. Then, the Organization of American States and this, and do something so the American people say, I like that. He's come to work.
No, I get what you're saying. I think what's interesting about it, and this hasn't been talked about a lot yet, and I want to see what Nicole and Carly think of it. Nicole first. Trump's a lame duck from day one, right? It's a very unique circumstance for an American president that, like when Mexico elects a president, they have a 6-year term. That's it. Here, you're thought to be running for re-election, but he can't do that again. So he's in for 4 years. I don't know what that means, but what effect might that have, do you think, Nicole, on how he governs from day one? The fact that he'll just theoretically be thinking legacy right from the get-go.
Well, I hate to sound like a jaded person, but I think they're all thinking about legacy from the get-go.
Right, but they're also thinking about re-election, which he wouldn't be necessarily in this case. It's just a strange situation.
Right. Well, we've had a lot of presidents who are elected to a second term, Barack Obama, George W. Bush. I mean, people go into this. I think Carly's right. I think they're, going to take this conservative mandate, in their words, out for a spin. I mean, I'm a Democrat. I obviously hope, and there's a path still possibly to having the House be Democratic. But if they do have, all three bodies, it is a time for them to go forward. I agree with what Geraldo just said. They had a bill that had bipartisan agreement. I think we can all acknowledge that for political reasons, that was put on a back burner. If they want to address some issues for the American people, bring the Langford bill back out. That had bipartisan support. Like, let's work on actually getting some things done in this country that Americans have said that they care about. And let's get them done by working across both parties and finding solutions for Americans. As much as we're fighting, we do have so much in common that we want to see. People want safe housing. They want affordable housing. They want child care cost lowers. They want their kids to go to a safe school. They want their workplace to be safe. These are things that Americans have common ground, and we live together and we raise our kids together. Let's address it together.
Okay, last word on this, and if the run's been a good panel. Carly, I have to go do a couple other things when we let you guys go, but I want to let you have the last word. I get what Nicole's saying with, obviously had second-term presidents all the time. I just think it's unique that it's, he left, other than the Grover Cleveland reference earlier. We've never seen this where someone comes back, and I don't know how it affects how he governs, but your view.
I think what's unique is that Donald Trump won the popular vote, it looks like, for the first time in however many years. And so even if the House does go to the Democrats, the American people sent a very clear message to the people in Washington. They're sick of the way that things have been run. They want to see a change. They want to see things get done. And I hope that the Democrat Party takes this opportunity to look themselves in the mirror and say, wow, we're not talking about kitchen table issues. That's not what we chose to use our time with. Maybe we need to be more introspective and think about how we can connect with the working class, because fundamentally, the Democrats are now the party of the elites and the Republicans are the party of the working class. You're seeing that in the numbers. Working class, Latinos, they all went for Donald Trump. So hope to see some stuff done. And I think, again, there was a very clear mandate. The popular vote just seals the deal on that. So Donald Trump will use that momentum in the first 100 days.
Sound like Bernie Sanders. He just said the same thing, basically, a few minutes ago about the working class, though. Carly, thank you. Nicole as well, Geraldo. We appreciate it. Yeah, first time a Republican to win the popular vote since Bush in 2004, right? All right. We've got 9 minutes until the top of the hour. Let's go back now at Howard. You see the crowd have been emotional and filing out after the vice president's concession speech. News Nation's Kelly Meyer is there, as she's been covering the campaign throughout and joins us now. Impressions on what we just saw there, Kelly?
Yeah, and it was, as you talk about the campaign we've been covering over the last couple of months, it was what we were expecting from her. She really sent this positive message, really telling her supporters to not give up hope. She did spread the message of we must accept the results of this election. There was a moment at the beginning where it did sound like her voice was even cracking as she delivered this message to her supporters. She said, quote, "Please know it's going to be okay." Sometimes, she said, the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. She also left them with the message, you have the capacity to do extraordinary good. So really that positive message she seemed to be hitting on in the final couple of days in her campaign, whether or not they were noticing what the polling was, some of the polling was saying, and getting nervous and just trying to close this up with confidence, an aura of confidence as we saw in her final days. But now obviously coming out and giving that concession speech here at her alma mater, a very different speech than she was hoping to give. And Connell, we've been also talking with Democratic sources throughout the day, where it's become more of that blame game, whether Harris team, Biden team, or the Democratic Party itself. So a lot of talk of that. But in this moment, you see former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi behind me, as well as the DNC chair Jamie Harrison. So a lot of people here supporting her in this crowd today. But just seeing her walk off that stage, Connell, that really kind of sticks in your mind, knowing that this was her last speech and the last time we'll hear that Freedom Beyonce song at one of her rallies as she ends her campaign and her bid for the White House.
Kelly, great job covering that campaign, and great reporting today, as always. Kelly Meyer at Howard University as the vice president wraps things up. Okay, now, what else today? You know what was interesting was the record high that we saw in the Wall Street trading. We mentioned it almost an hour ago when the market closed up for the day, that it was the best day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average in a couple of years, up 3.5%. I mean, that's a crazy day to rise by 1,500 points as Trump is elected and becomes the president-elect. The S&P 500, broadest measure of the market, up 2.5%, and the NASDAQ with all the tech stocks nearly 3% higher. Doug Flynn here with analysis from Flynn Zito Capital Management. So, yeah, Trump trade and all the rest was the conversation going in. Get to some more of that in a moment, but stock market first. What about the Dow today?
Yeah, I mean, well, stocks were up, the dollar was up, Bitcoin was up, and it was really up on a number of things. The stocks were up on, well, first of all, certainty. You know, in the last 10 elections, 9 of them were positive to the point of 1 year later, the median was up about 17%. So certainty is really important. We now have that. Whatever you think of it, we have it. It was also on the renewed growth aspects, probably increased growth, less regulation, tax cuts getting extended, and merger and activity increasing. You know, right now, I just read a stat that somewhere between 40 and 45% of the value of the S&P, the firms that make that up, are under some kind of DOJ investigation. So if you're talking about almost half of the value of the S&P under investigation, getting rid of some of that, maybe a lot of it is warranted, but maybe there is some there that there isn't, that gets that out of the way. And I think the market was just like, let's go, here we go.
You mentioned some of the other movements we saw. In the bond market, the 10-year Treasury note, you and I have had this conversation a number of times before the election, that's kind of the benchmark for when you're looking at interest rates and what they make of what's going on in the world. It's more rise there, right, at least in the yield as people sell bonds. So what's going on with that? What message does it give us? I mean, on the one hand, you could say, well, people are afraid of this Trump tariff plan. But to me, if they were really, really afraid, it would be through the roof on this. There seems to be some sort of a bet on Wall Street that, you know, for all the bluster, that he's not going to be as extreme as he's said he would be in the campaign. In other words, he won't do what he says he's going to do. Is that what you're picking up too?
There is some of that. I think it's really a combination of potential higher inflation, but because of potential higher growth, which puts this into the fact that if there's going to be higher growth and higher inflation, the Fed really doesn't need to cut as much. And so rates are probably due to be a little bit higher than anyone anticipated. And I think that's what this is. It's sniffing out the fact that maybe it'll be there. Now, listen, if that doesn't happen, then rates will settle back down. This is all sort of in anticipation of that. And I do suspect that rates are probably a little bit bumping up against that, and then they'll kind of settle down as everybody kind of gets comfortable with what's going on.
What about Bitcoin? When something like this moves, you know, sometimes it's just a short-term move, but maybe now that Trump is in there, now J.D. Vance is a big supporter as well, crypto, that this is going to be a new environment for it. Your thoughts on Bitcoin as kind of an alternative investment and whether people should be looking at it? I know a lot of people obviously already are.
Sure. The trade today was really because of sort of the Biden administration really put the SEC and the chairman again suing the Bitcoin crypto firms and whatnot. And Trump, I think his quote was he wants the U.S. to be the Bitcoin superpower in the world. And so, you know, that really puts people onto that he's pro Bitcoin, and that really moved that up to an all-time high. So there really aren't fundamentals here in Bitcoin. A lot of this is just a trade. And so if that is true and there's less regulation and this gets more adopted and you don't have this anti-Bitcoin. Look, Trump said he's going to fire the SEC chairman. So if that gets out of the way, then that paves the way for potentially higher Bitcoin with less issues. And I think that's a lot of what happened today here.
Yeah, I don't know how much Trump himself cares about Bitcoin or knows much about it. J.D. Vance is into it, but he certainly campaigned on that. And there's a lot of people in the coalition that cared about it. Speaking of his coalition, how about Elon Musk, one of the biggest names in the business world, of course, but now suddenly the richest man in the world becomes one of the biggest names in the political world. I didn't see how it closed, but I know Tesla was up a lot earlier. This idea that you're going to go out and buy a car, there's Tesla, so what was it, 6%? Okay. So if you're going to go out and buy a car based on somebody's politics, you know, I would have thought at first electric cars and, you know, Elon's with the conservatives, that might hurt him, but then it also opens up a whole new market. So your view?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think he did make something like $15 billion today, Elon, just from that pop in the stock. Not a bad day at the office. But, you know, he has actually come out and said, end the EV subsidies that you give out, the $7,500 per car. Let it compete in and of itself. And I think the big difference here is he wants to compete freely and fairly. Of course, if you're going to offer incentives, they're going to take them. But the point is, get that out of the way. Let people choose if they want an EV. I drive an EV because I want to. My wife doesn't. We have, 1 and 1. That's good. Maybe that's what works. But let people decide. That the forced mandate that everybody has to do something is kind of what we're moving away from. And I think that's probably the way that this is going to play out as things go on. And there is competition for other EVs, and certainly there's competition in the auto industry, no doubt about it.
All right. So overall, it sounds like you're relatively optimistic, or it's a wait and see now, economically, market. Real quick thoughts before we wrap.
Really interestingly, the valuations which were extended before are even more extended. So a lot of growth really does have to happen. If they're right, this is warranted. If they're not, then things will come back down. You'll have some other opportunities. But I think there's a lot of opportunity in bonds with the yields that you have right now as things settle down there as well.
All right. And take a little time after an election like this. We often see some moves that are real quick, then they unravel or change a little bit. All right, Doug, thank you. Doug Flynn there. Real quick, Mitt Romney in with a congratulations to Donald Trump. So if we have that, we can throw it up there. Ann and I extend our congratulations to the president-elect and the vice president-elect, as well as new members of the Senate and the House. The people have spoken, says Mitt Romney. So that'll be the last words of our show. People have spoken. Yes, they have. Have they ever? What a few days and what an election. We thank you for joining us on all of our coverage, including today on News Nation Now. That does it this Wednesday, October the 6th. I'm Connell McShane. News continues as Elizabeth Vargas reports.
It's the day after a political earthquake, and the ground has shifted under our feet. Moments ago, Kamala Harris delivered her concession speech to the country as Donald Trump prepares for his second term as commander-in-chief. I'm Elizabeth Vargas, and America's News starts right now.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Tonight, Kamala Harris concedes the 2024 presidential race, and Donald Trump says it's time to unite as an enormous red wave sweeps across the nation and seemingly comes together to give him full control of Congress. What is he planning to do with that power? Trump's senior advisor Corey Lewandowski joins me live. Then the stock market loves him as it hits an all-time record after Trump's overnight victory. But will a Wall Street sugar high actually help the working-class Americans who voted for Trump? We'll find out. And he's promised the largest deportation in American history. Will he keep his word? We're going live to the border to see how Trump plans to tackle the immigration crisis and what challenges await him.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Just moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris conceded the election.
The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for.
Harris went on to say that despite losing, she plans to keep fighting.
In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. That is a fight I will never give up.
It could not have been an easy speech to deliver, and it was not an easy speech for her loyal followers to hear. But the voters have spoken, and they spoke clearly. The remarks come as the precise extent of the Trump triumph is still being measured. But regardless of the final Electoral College totals, it is already clear that while the polls were close, the vote was not. And now it must be acknowledged that Donald Trump and his supporters have created a sustained and powerful political movement that will reshape politics and policy for years to come. To use a clinical term, it was a butt-kicking. Trump flipped back Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, 4 of the 7 battleground states that helped Biden win in 2020. He also held on to North Carolina and had a surprising win in Nevada, a state he lost in both 2016 and 2020. He's currently leading in Arizona, which is notoriously slow to report and is yet to be called. We could spend the whole show ticking off the history-making details of Trump's win. Trump is only the 2nd president to win a second non-consecutive term. And of course, he's the first convicted felon to win the presidency. The ongoing criminal cases against him on the federal and state levels are all now in jeopardy. And if he faces any consequences at all, they will almost certainly be enforced after he leaves office in 2029. Both as a legal and political tactic, the so-called lawfare has backfired. If you can recall where Trump stood on January 7th, 2021, you'll agree that today it is neither hyperbole nor hero worship to describe his comeback as the biggest in American political history. Quite simply, there has never been a politician like him, for better or for worse. So how did he pull it off? Well, Trump's success was propelled by a strong showing with Hispanic voters and Gen X Americans aged 45 to 64. And that vaunted female vote? Well, Harris won fewer women than President Biden did. Trump also had a strong showing in Democratic-heavy states, bridging his gap with Harris in New York, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Virginia, and New Mexico. Trump improved his 2020 margins in more than 2,300 counties nationwide, which means he is also now leading the popular vote count by more than 4 million votes. And Trump had powerful coattails. Republicans have flipped the Senate, picking up crucial seats in Ohio, Montana, and West Virginia. Races are still yet to be called in Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. The House is still up for grabs, but looks promising for Republicans, which means Trump will likely have a Republican House and Senate and a conservative-leaning Supreme Court when he enters office on January 21st. All right, let's go now to News Nation correspondent Kelly Meyer, who is at Howard University, where Kamala Harris just spoke moments ago, conceding. The crowd had a lot of people, many of them in tears. And Kelly, as I said at the top of the show, it's not only not the speech she wanted to give, it had to be tough for her to give.
Yeah, Elizabeth, and in moments there, you kind of heard her voice cracking, almost as if, we were watching to see if she was going to tear up herself or kind of mustering the courage to deliver this speech. It wasn't the speech that she was hoping to give here at her alma mater, where she says she first ran for office. She was expected to come out here last night and never did, sending instead her campaign chair when we were talking last night, leaving supporters disappointed. Some coming back today, but others telling me friends were too sad to return. We saw several people hugging each other, tears in their eyes as she spoke. We saw former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, some in intense conversations as we've been watching here. But Vice President Kamala Harris concluding her campaign here today with a positive message, which is how they tried to handle their campaign really throughout the last couple of months as we've been covering her on the campaign trail, telling her supporters that we must accept the results of the election. That was met with some boos here in the crowd, but when she said that this will be a peaceful transfer of power, that was met with cheers. She also said this is not the time to throw up our hands. It is instead time to roll up our sleeves. She was also really talking to the college supporters here in the crowd and those that have supported her campaign. Gen Z, she made a point to talk about in many of her rallies, and I wanted to play more about that part here for you. Take a listen.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power.
Yeah, and Elizabeth, you know, as you cover these campaigns, there's those moments that stand out in your mind, and just seeing her walk off the stage, really concluding her speech as well as her bid for the White House in that moment. We are expecting to hear from President Joe Biden tomorrow as he addresses the nation, but there is that blame game, as we've been hearing, beginning within the Democratic Party. One source telling me that they are doing this autopsy, another saying they prefer to look at living people and living bodies and focus on what comes next. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a real reckoning in the Democratic Party because, as President Obama put it, after one particular midterm election, it was a shellacking. Kelly Meyer reporting live at Howard University. Joining us now is News Nation political contributor and Democratic strategist Kurt Bardella, News Nation political contributor and Republican strategist Denise Gitcham, and national political reporter for The Bulwark, Mark Caputo. Great to have all of you here with us. Mark, you're well-sourced in Trump world. We know that in the Harris camp, it was a shocker this morning, early this morning when these results came in. Was anybody in the Trump camp shocked?
No. One of the things that I kept trying to write about, I'd tell people on social media, and then I'd get attacked for doing it, was that the Trump campaign was hyper-confident. I thought they were overconfident, and that was my opinion, and my opinion was wrong. But for weeks, they had been saying their polling, their data, their research, and then in recent days, the early vote numbers all pointed to a really strong finish for former President Trump. And it wasn't that much of a shocker, but when the numbers came in, you could really see the change in their attitude. They were very angry at media coverage leading up until last night, and then all of a sudden, they were all smiles.
All right, Denise, we heard so much leading into this election about the female vote, the suburban moderate women. It just didn't happen for Harris. Why do you think it didn't?
I think it didn't because all the polls showed us, including those focused on women, that the top issue for you, no matter whether you're a Republican, Independent, Democrat, male, female, Black, Latino, white, working class or not, the main issue was the economy and inflation. And Kamala Harris kept hoping that abortion would emotionally stir women up enough to get them out to vote. But what we saw was split tickets, where they would support the issue of abortion, but they would not support her because they didn't trust her on the issues that they had to grapple with every day. And in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, those issues will always, no pun intended, trump anything higher than that, including abortion.
Kurt, the recriminations within the Democratic Party have already begun, like literally hours after this election was called. Senator Bernie Sanders gave a blistering statement within the last hour saying it should come as no surprise that the Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class America, would find that the working class has abandoned them. He goes on to say the American people are angry and want change, and they are right.
Yeah, it's hard not to look at the results of this election and not see it as a referendum against the incumbency. In this case, Kamala Harris being an extension of the Biden administration. It was very clear from the beginning that she would be painted as the incumbent. It was a deliberate strategy, which she enabled and helped by not being able to artfully name any way in which she would be different from Joe Biden. Or
what would you do differently? I can't think of anything. It's like, okay, stamp her with incumbent, move along.
Exactly. And, you know, it's not lost on me that in both 2016 and in 2024, Donald Trump has been able to run as the outsider, as the disruptor, as the change agent. And I think a lot of what we saw from voters last night was, once again, that feeling that Washington has left us behind. Washington is indifferent to our needs, to our voice. We want to change, and we don't really even care what kind of change we get. We just know we're tired of what we currently have. And that's part of what ended up happening in the polls.
Mark, the New York Times says more than 90% of the counties that shifted in, across America shifted in favor of Trump this election. You know, he flipped 17 counties that have not been red since the year 2000. Do you see this as a referendum? Is this on Trump, or is it a repudiation of Harris and the Democratic ticket and the incumbency?
Maybe a little bit of both. I mean, the reality is across the globe, every incumbent governor, or better said, government politicians have been punished because of inflation. And now you have the same thing here in the United States. Yes, the United States had less inflation than most developed nations. Yes, our economy is the envy of the globe, but U.S. voters aren't looking at what's happening in France or whatever. They care about what they're paying at the grocery store, and they're going to blame the politicians who are in charge. It's probably about that simple.
Yeah, Kurt, you said that the Democrats need to learn how to talk to voters who disagree with you without calling them sexist, racist, and misogynistic, even if it may be true. I was kind of struck by that. What do you mean?
Well, we've seen time and again now that the vocabulary really used by Democrats in Kamala Harris's campaign was about scaring you, the voters, away from voting for Donald Trump and trying to attach this designation that if you support Donald Trump, then you are a racist, a sexist, a misogynist, or you're enabling that behavior. And I'm telling you, in a contest that's about changing hearts and minds and getting people to see the world through your lens, starting off with that type of label and that type of attack immediately pulls people back and does not make them want to join you. You have to be able to talk about things that with people that you disagree with and give them a permission structure to vote with you. And time again, Democrats overall, they fall into this judgment trap where they almost make it a, I'm a better human than you if you don't see the world my way. It's not surprising to me that voters were turned off by that type of sentiment.
And Mark, is that what you're seeing as well? That there feels like there's you're looking down on me kind of attitude, and I'm sick of it?
Well, there's an element of that in Trump's base and among Trump's voters. I do think that the Harris campaign was disciplined about not talking that way. But so much of the conversation in politics these days is on social media. And the Harris supporters, known as the K-Hive, are some of the most toxic, terrible human beings that you can come across on X or on Twitter. And they make everything a referendum on white supremacy and sexism, racism, and that's problematic. But again, overall, I think this is more of an economy issue. And also, while Harris played it safe and sort of played prevent defense, anyone who likes football knows that when you play prevent defense and you play it safe, you often get scored on, and I think that happened.
Okay, Denise, Trump has won. Now he owns it, as they say. We know that the economy from the exit polls was the #1 reason driving a lot of the vote this year, yesterday. It feels like a year ago. It's been a long 24 hours.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah, I've been away. We're running on fumes here.
And you look fabulous in spite of it. You look amazing. I can't believe you've held up so well.
Sleep deprivation suits us all.
Yes.
But so... He's got, everybody, they voted for him because it cost too much at the grocery store, because I'm feeling the pain of, yes, the world's best economy that still is leaving a lot of people in really, really harsh circumstances. How much time does he have to turn that around?
Well, I think he's got 4 years, essentially. I mean, now he gets to work with a Republican Congress. I mean, they're going to want him to take actions immediately, right? And now we've seen this rally with the stock markets. We've seen all these things that benefit wealthy people, people who have a 401k, people who can afford to invest and have savings. But what he really needs to do is take decisive action now to lower gas prices, to lower the cost of groceries. And I'm not sure if he's going to end up doing anything differently than Harris might have done or even purported to do, that she would do. But I think that just the fact that he understood their pain from the very beginning gives him a much longer runway.
Yeah.
You know, I learned in politics over my years that it doesn't really matter if people always agree with you on how you get to the ending that they want you to get to, but what they care the most about is that you're with them and you feel their pain. I mean, take a page from Bill Clinton's playbook and just say, you know what, I'm there with you and I feel you, and that is something that the Biden-Harris administration never did, and I think that is ultimately what sunk them.
Denise, that is so important. Hey, super quick, because I'm completely out of time, but Mark, I'm curious about 16% of the vote in Dearborn, Michigan went to Jill Stein. It's a clear protest vote by Arab Americans there. You know, I spoke to Congressman Richie Torres, I think it was at midnight last night here on the set, a New York Democrat who's avowedly pro-Israel. And he told me last night the Democratic Party has been too beholden to this far left wing of the party that is anti-Israel. Is he right?
I can't say if they've been too beholden, but it's been a deep problem for a party that's identified with being against bigotry, and yet in the eyes of many Jewish people appeared to countenance too often those who are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, really ugly stuff in some of these protests that didn't seem to draw.
There's people waving Hamas banners. It's
Yeah.
a terrorist group.
Yeah.
They're terrorists.
And we seem to just go, okay, yeah. All right, Kurt Garbett.
Without rebuke.
Without rebuke, yes, exactly. Yeah. Kurt Bardella, Denise Gitcham, Mark Caputo, thanks so much for being here after, what a day, huh? What a 24 hours. Really appreciate it. All right, coming up first, we're going to dive further into Trump's day one agenda with somebody who knows it well. Trump's senior advisor, Corey Lewandowski, will join me live coming up in just a moment. Plus, the stock market. Did you see it? Records. They're soaring on Trump's big win and on his promise to cut taxes and regulations and government waste. But will this Wall Street optimism make life any easier for you at the grocery store? We'll take a closer look in a bit. All right, as we said, it wasn't just the White House where Republican voters left their mark last night, and Democratic voters, actually, because we know, obviously, some must have crossed party lines. Congress saw the benefits as well. In the United States Senate, the balance of power was flipped for the first time in 4 years. There are still races to be declared, but the GOP now holds 52 seats in the Senate. And this happened after Republican candidates knocked out Democratic incumbents in Ohio and Montana, and then, of course, won that open seat being vacated by Joe Manchin in West Virginia. But control over the House of Representatives is still up for grabs. The Republicans are trying to hold on to their tiny majority that they currently have there. But it will take days before we know how this all shakes out. Let's go now to News Nation Washington correspondent Joe Khalil with the latest. Joe, Republicans are very optimistic that they will hold control of the House.
Yeah, they are. They've already got the Senate. They're looking like they're in a good position in the House. In the Senate, by the way, we're still waiting for Arizona, for Nevada, and for Pennsylvania. Republicans already now have 52 seats guaranteed. They could potentially get up to 55 if they win those other races. The difference between 55 and 52, Elizabeth, is massive for what it actually means. Because if you have a 55-seat majority, there are a couple of Republican senators like Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and potentially some others that often would buck their own party on certain pieces of legislation. You could see a scenario where if there's a controversial nominee for a cabinet, for example, they may be voting along with Democrats. If you have a 55 instead of 52, you don't have to worry about that anymore. So those are crucial races we're keeping our eyes on. We heard from leader Mitch McConnell today, who in January is no longer going to be leader. He's stepping down from the role, but still remaining in the Senate. He says there are some differences policy-wise between traditional Republicans and the Trump administration coming in, and there may end up being some spats there that you could see, particularly when it comes to things like Ukraine, like Taiwan and other places. This is what he said earlier this afternoon.
I'm going to concentrate on defense and foreign policy. I think this is the most dangerous time since right before World War II. Our adversaries, the North Koreans, Chinese, Russians, Iran, and Iran's proxies are all talking to each other. They have one thing in common: they hate us, and they want to diminish our role in the world.
Significantly more hawkish than what Trump and Vance have been selling. So let's see how that dynamic plays out. Over in the House, Elizabeth, we are still watching a number of races that have not yet been called, particularly in New York. We still are watching those two. Those are places where Democrats hope they can flip seats. And then in California, there are a handful of Republicans who are faring pretty well right now. Those were seats that Democrats thought maybe they could flip, but as we watch the California returns come in, that national trend of Donald Trump outperforming in many different places seems to be holding true for some of these Republicans who were endangered. If that remains the case, Republicans are going to walk away, not just keeping their majority, maybe even expanding it by a little bit.
Yeah, and as you said at the beginning, that comfortable majority in the Senate is going to be crucial at the beginning of the Trump administration. Yeah. Because not only is it cabinet appointments, if there's a Supreme Court opening, it's the Senate that will vote on that. It's a huge thing, not a small thing. All right, Joe Khalil reporting live from the Capitol. Thank you so much. For more on Trump's win, And the now president-elect's transition plans. Let's go to Corey Lewandowski, senior advisor to President-elect Trump. All right, Corey, congratulations. How's the former president, soon-to-be next president, feeling today?
He obviously feels great, Elizabeth. Look, this outpouring of support from the American people. Not only did he win the Electoral College, but he's going to win the popular vote, something hasn't been done in almost 20 years. So he feels very good about the vision that he laid out for America. And now it's time to go execute that vision.
It's been a tough race between him and Kamala Harris, a lot of tough language between both of them. How did that phone call this afternoon go with Vice President Harris?
You know, the president's put a statement out on it, and, you know, it's a little disappointing that the vice president didn't call last night. She went to bed instead. The results were clearly known. The president won an overwhelming victory. But here's where we are, Elizabeth. It's time to unite the country, to be the president for everybody, to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have a family that's safe and secure when we finish the border wall and have more economic prosperity in their own lives. So by Donald Trump getting in and cutting taxes and no taxes on Social Security, no taxes on tips, and no tax on overtime, it will give everybody that opportunity to have the leg up that they really need right now.
So what are we going to see President-elect Trump do now to unite the country? He talked about that as well in his speech early this morning. I think it was at 2:30 this morning. What specifically is he going to do to unite the country? Because we are seeing right now a country that is as divided as it's been in decades.
Well, that's right. But listen, you know, when you've got good policies that benefits everybody, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, gender, or creed, that's what unites the country. And that's what I think a president should do. And listen, I don't ever say that I wanted Joe Biden to be the president because I wanted Donald Trump to win at the time. But I want Joe Biden to be successful when he was the president because I want my country to be successful. And now we're going to have a successful country. We're going to make sure our enemies around the world fear us, our allies respect us. But Elizabeth, what we're going to do is we're going to bring everybody together. Right? This is going to be a president for everybody. And that's an opportunity that I think a lot of people have said wasn't going to happen under the Trump administration. The reality is we're going to provide those economic opportunities and safety and security for everybody.
He also spoke this afternoon with President Biden, who called and congratulated him and invited him for the traditional meeting at the White House. Will President-elect Trump accept that?
You know, we've done that in the past. As you know, President Trump went there when President Obama was in office, and the First Lady went then. Met with Michelle Obama, and two of the senior staffers, both Jared Kushner and Hope Hicks, went to the White House for those meetings as the transition team began. It is a transition that the president has been has participated in the past. It's very possible he's going to do it again. But, you know, Elizabeth, we have an advantage now. Having served 4 years in the administration in the past, we don't have to worry about getting ready on day one. We will be ready on day one. There was a lot of criticism when Donald Trump came in 2017 that the team wasn't ready. I can tell you those same mistakes won't be made. We're going to be ready to hit the ground on January 20th.
The president, former President-elect Trump, we should just pick President-elect Trump had elected not to get the daily intelligence briefings while he was running this campaign. When will those begin now that he is president-elect?
Well, listen, he still has to name some of his senior members of the team, whether it's his chief of staff, his national security advisor. Historically speaking, those intelligence briefings, also known as the PDB, are given not only to the president, but to two senior advisors, people who have security clearances in place. Those people have to be named during the transition team. 4 years ago, we had a sitting governor and a former three-star general who was participating in those meetings. The president has to name who his team is going to be so they can be right in on those individuals.
And how soon might that happen, Corey?
Yeah, look, we're not in a big rush. The president's going to make his decision in due time. But that being said, he has some incredible candidates. We've got some incredible people who want to join the administration, those people who have been part of the administration in the past, and some new faces you'll see around.
His win, Corey, is one of the most astonishing political comeback stories in modern history. You know, many thought he was radioactive after January 6th, and he managed to overcome not only that, but prevail. He went on and survived 2 assassination attempts, a criminal conviction, several indictments. He said this morning this was the greatest political movement of all time. Do you agree with that, or is that a little bit of hyperbole?
You know, Elizabeth, I can't think of another time in modern political history where someone has been able to achieve what he's been able to achieve. And the movement, the people that he's brought together to be part of the MAGA movement, it's not just the wealthy country club Republicans, to quite the contrary. It's the blue-collar workers, the ones who feel that they've been left behind. And you look at when Donald Trump was either working at McDonald's or in that garbage truck, that unites people because they want to have somebody who's fighting for them. So he has put a coalition together of Latino Americans, Asian Americans, African Americans that have outperformed any Republican in modern history. So it's a very special movement, what he's put together. I don't think we'll ever see anything like it again in our lifetime.
All right, Corey Lewandowski, I'm sure the celebrating continues at Mar-a-Lago. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Congrats again.
Thank
All right.
you.
Coming up, the economy is top of mind, top issue for voters this election, and it can be honest, it usually is the top issue every election year. Today, the stock market is on fire on the heels of Trump's comeback win. So what changes when it comes to your money, though? We're going to get into that next. All right, the red wave across America and Washington is reaching Wall Street today after Trump's decisive election. Actually, we keep saying election night, but it's election morning. It was at 3 a.m. this morning that we called it, or actually 2 a.m. We were the first. The major stock markets closed today, just a short time ago, at brand new record highs. The Dow had its best day since 2022, skyrocketing more than 1,500 points for the biggest post-election gain in more than 100 years. Wow. The last time the Dow jumped this much after an election was in November of the year 1900. Wow. Okay, so what's behind all that? Another Trump presidency will likely lower taxes, deregulation, policies that maybe could help businesses and the stock market, and therefore your 401k if you're invested. On the other hand, most economists think that Trump's proposed massive tariffs could be toxic for the economy. So maybe it's best not to go too crazy. All right, who better to help us make sense of all this and figure out what to do than our next guest, Caleb. I am choking actually on my Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Okay, first of all, what do you make of the reaction on Wall Street today to the Trump victory, especially given the fact that we keep reading all these warnings from economists that it's going to be a disaster, his economic plan?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's resolution. There was resolution this morning at 2 a.m.
So just any resolution?
Yeah, so we don't have, this doesn't drag on for days because that brings uncertainty. Uncertainty is like kryptonite for investors. There's resolution. But then go back to the promises that Trump made on the campaign trail, and that was to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 that he enacted when he got into office, and that means that lower tax rate for corporations is going to stay at 21%.
Those tax cuts were due to expire.
Coming up in early 2025.
Right, next spring.
Right, and that would have been a fight no matter who won here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a fight now. Those will probably be extended. Lower corporate tax rate for most people in along the tax bracket. That's good news. Also, getting rid of the cap on the SALT tax, the state and local income tax deduction. Also, maybe perhaps extending the child care tax credit. A lot of tax breaks, which sounds great for Wall Street and sounds good, actually, for people thinking about what they're bringing home every month. At the same time, he's also talking about tariffs, and tariffs are inflationary by nature. So you pick your poison here. Higher tariffs, which bring inflation and higher prices, or lower taxes at the end of the day. Looks like Americans may have made
Every time I interview somebody in the Trump camp and I ask about these tariffs, because they're crazy, some of these tariffs that he's been proposing on the campaign trail, they all say, oh, he doesn't mean it. It's a bargaining stance. In other words, he'll use it as a threat to get other countries to do what he wants. Do you buy it?
I don't, because he actually enacted lots of tariffs when he first came into office. And P.S., the Biden administration kept those and added some more. So
then what's so wrong about,
tariffs at the end of the day are inflationary. If you're talking about a 20% across-the-board tariff on all imports, think about the small businesses that are importing parts from all over the world to make whatever they're making to sell it to us, or the retailers that are importing and have to charge us higher prices because they're not going to bear that brunt. At the same time, they've been saying, well, lower tax rates will offset these tariffs. We'll see if that happens. Plus, they're going to do a lot more government spending on infrastructure, made in America things. Government spending means more money into the market, right? Lower taxes means companies take home more profit. All of that, really good news for public companies. That's why you saw the stock market reaction today. It's coming down a little bit as we look to tomorrow after hours, but it was the biggest election day gain for the S&P 500 and a huge day for the Dow Jones Industrial.
Yeah, I think people hear, I'm going to put a tariff on China and think, yeah, good, get the Chinese. And it does not work that way. Tariffs are not paid by China. They're paid by the companies buying goods from China. And those companies then just pass that 20% tariff onto you. Tariffs
are inflationary no matter how you look at it, and so is government spending. Don't forget, when we had the COVID pandemic, President Trump put $7 trillion into the economy, that administration. Now, we needed it for, to get our economy going again, and then the Biden administration added more. What do we get for all that? Higher inflation across the board. So if people think prices are going to come down dramatically to 2019 levels, think again. This is where prices are. They have this elasticity, and retailers know we're willing to pay that. That's why you see consumer spending holding up. I wouldn't expect big price drops anywhere.
Yeah, that was my big next question, the reality check, because we know that everybody, a lot of people were unhappy with what they're paying at the grocery store. In particular, grocery prices are very, very high. Gas prices have come down, but eggs, milk, bread, everything that you buy at the grocery store, the staples, are really, really high compared to just a few years ago. Yep. Here's the problem. They're not going to go down. Deflation, when prices go down, is actually a sign of real trouble in the economy.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to see that either, except if you're going and paying these bills every week at the grocery store. But deflation is a sign of a troubled economy. Right now, the economy is growing. President Trump will inherit the White House and the U.S. economy in pretty good shape, growing at 2.8%, unemployment at 4.1%. Don't forget, he handed it off in a recession because of the COVID pandemic. So he's inheriting an economy that's doing well. The stock market, by the way, was already up 20% going into this election, which is very high for an election year. But now green light means go. Deregulation, right? Lower taxes for corporations. All these things are really good for corporate profits. Corporate profits are good for shareholders.
Okay, so bottom line, 10-second answer. For all the folks who went and voted for Donald Trump because they thought he's going to make my life easier and he's going to make stuff cheaper, is that really going to happen for them?
No, think again. He may have control over things like interest rates if he brings the Federal Reserve under his control, but bringing prices down.
But interest rates are already down.
They're already down. They're coming down, too. We're going to get a rate cut tomorrow by the Federal Reserve right after this election. We'll see what happens in December, but maybe interest rates is something he can control. Prices are really about supply and demand.
All right, Caleb, you always make stuff much easier to understand. Good to have you back as always. Thank you, Caleb Silver. Coming up for us, we could be on the brink of a new era in America's fight against illegal immigration. What President-elect Trump says he will do to secure the border. We'll take you there live next. If there's one thing Trump's victory makes clear, it's that a large portion of the electorate was fed up with lax immigration policy shaped and enacted by an administration that at times seemed to care more about reversing Trump's positions than stopping the flow of illegal immigrants. That policy resulted in a wave of illegal immigration that stressed social services, imperiled public safety, and impacted the lives of the working class, much more than those of the sheltered elite. More than anything, the Trump voters were tired of being accused of being xenophobic when they complained about any of this, or tried to remind the government that illegal immigration is not the same as legal immigration. So that might explain why Trump won such a large percentage of the Latino vote, which kind of makes sense. Why would people who earn the right to be here the hard way automatically support those who cut in line? So what happens now? Donald Trump has promised the largest deportation in American history. We know he'll start that process on day one, but it's not so easy to deport millions and millions of people all at once. He said he will call up the military and government agencies to help him do this. He's also vowed to build detention camps and invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which would allow him to expel, kick out alleged cartel members without a court. Trump doubled down on his immigration policies throughout his campaign and during his victory speech last night.
And on day one, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
All right, NewsNation's Southwest correspondent Allie Bradley is live in Arizona and joins us now. Allie, so there'll be a new sheriff in town, so to speak. When do you think we'll start to hear more specifics on how he's going to conduct this roundup and deportation? In the next coming days or weeks, or not until he gets into office?
We know some of the details here, Elizabeth, with this kind of new sheriff with familiar policies, right? America voting to bring back some of the old things that we saw under the former president. So he is promising the world's largest deportation we've ever seen, right? Comparing it to Eisenhower, where he removed 1.3 million people. So how is Trump going to do this? Well, let's kind of break down what the now president-elect has been saying. He says that he's going to go after the roughly 1.5 million people who are in our country who have already received a final order of removal. These are people who the judge says, you don't qualify for asylum, you've got to go. But it's kind of on an honor system, and they didn't leave. So now, yeah, ICE is going to have to go in and find them and remove them. And then President Trump talks about removing the criminals. We know that there are hundreds of thousands of criminals that ICE has identified. They'll go after those individuals. Now, we also know that the president is on board with removing temporary protective status for some migrants, specifically migrants in Ohio from Haiti. He's saying he will remove that status. We know Senator Vance is also behind the president in kind of getting rid of that due process that these migrants do have that have a court date, because a lot of these individuals got NTAs, right? 2 to 6 years out that they're going to be in court for their asylum proceedings. Well, Trump and Vance are saying we're going to get rid of that. We're going to kind of use executive action to overrun that executive order, that due process, rather. So we can expect to see that happening when it comes to these deportations. Now, Trump says he's also going to lean very heavily on local law enforcement. We just talked to Sheriff Daniels here in Cochise County. We're at the Border Command Center. We have local, state, and federal under one roof for the first time, working together. But the sheriff is concerned on how they're going to help out the president in carrying out these deportations, because the president's saying we're going to lean on local law enforcement to find the people who don't want to be found. They know who these guys are. They know who's living in their community. So we're going to lean on them. But Sheriff Daniels is saying we're going to need to see support on that, because we're not seeing any specifics when it comes to how we're going to be supplemented. We're already underwater. We're already dealing with too much. So when it comes to Border Patrol agents that I've talked to, they say that the energy has completely shifted down here at the southern border, Elizabeth. They say that right now it's electric. They feel empowered to do their jobs. They are ready for Trump to be back in office so that they can be back out in the field. But take a listen to what was heard over the radios last night as soon as Trump won.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
All right, so Trump says he's going to hire 10,000 additional agents. Elizabeth, important for America to understand this, because Bush, those hires that he hired after 9/11, they are up for retirement over the next couple of years. 8,000 to 10,000 people are going to need to be hired. So he's saying that, kind of promising that, but it's going to be necessary for him to hire those agents. Elizabeth.
All right, Allie Bradley reporting live from Arizona. Thank you. Coming up for us, on the heels of Iran repeating threats of retaliation on Israel and the United States, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is the first to call Donald Trump to congratulate him on his win. We'll have more on what they discussed next. All right, Blake Berman hosts The Hill coming up in just a few minutes. He's going to talk with Ronna McDaniel, former chair of the Republican National Committee, on the big win for Republicans last night / early this morning. Meantime, Donald Trump has promised to end wars and deliver peace through strength. What might that mean for the boiling cauldron of the conflict in the Middle East? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called former President Trump and President-elect Trump to congratulate him today on the outcome of the presidential race. The two discussed working together to secure peace in Israel amid the war in Gaza and the war with Hezbollah up north in Iran, and the other Iranian proxies. This all comes just days after Iran issued brand new threats against both Israel and the United States. Ending the wars in Gaza and in Lebanon will likely be top of Trump's agenda when he takes office, as we just heard outgoing Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying today there is an axis of very strong countries allied against the United States right now. Trump has his work cut out for him. That does it for us tonight. I'm Elizabeth Vargas. See you right back here tomorrow night.